Hello, everyone. Welcome back to D6, where I, RGM, bring together several friends from across the internet, play on a D&D show. We're back.
Woohoo!
Ain't better than ever.
Yahoo!
Take me higher. Welcome back, everyone. So before we get into today's session, I got a few announcements. Because we are actually filming back-to-back for a little while up until the 17th. So for those of you who don't know, we usually try and backlog some of our episodes, so that way we have some leeway. But for right now, we're just going to be filming until the winter season and the Christmas break. As I have announced over on our Twitter, and I believe Blue Sky as well, when we leave for winter break, we probably will not be back until the end of January due to the complicated business of New Year and events and all that fun stuff. So, if you're looking to try and catch up for D6 over the Christmas break, will probably be the best time. Alrighty then. Let's see. All the YouTube uploads, or all the YouTube Shorts content is finally all uploaded. They will have been released by the time this episode comes out. So, yeah, just letting everybody know that's all caught up. Down below is a link to our Patreon, which, if you guys want to assist us in making the show and all that fun stuff, joining the Patreon is probably the best way you can do that. I am currently working on releasing a massive document called Firearms of Erdseheimel, or the Erdsheimel's Firearm Magazine. It will include a bunch of brand new weapons, 3 brand new rules, a whole bunch of subclasses. I got 4 subclasses coming up. One for I believe Blood Hunter, redesigning the fighter, and releasing one for Ranger as well as Warlock. So keep an eye out for that. I am relatively sure it will be an interesting document because of the wild and creative shit that comes out of my mind.
Man, you have been a busy boy.
Meantime, very busy. In the meantime, we should have released the Rittermagus documents. I'm trying to remember if... No, I don't think I have the art for the Rittermagus just yet. So, the Rittermagus will be coming out soon. I promise. It will be
very
out.
Soon.
Yeah, very, very soon. It will have a familiar NPC for the cover. And also, with it being December, we are going to be releasing the Oath of the Wyvern Paladin for free, but still downloadable over on our Patreon. And then in January, we will release the Oath of the Kisasutai. Let's see. Anything else? D6 wise. By the by, and this is just something that I like to kindly, politely ask. To those of you who do not know and do watch the show, because you guys are absolutely wonderful, and thank you for spending your time on us. There are many of you who are yet to be subscribed to the YouTube channel. Still? A good chunk of our audience is actually not subscribed to our YouTube channel.
How dare they? For shame. For shame.
They must not like their kneecaps.
For shame. But it really helps not just only us mentally, but also it helps us algorithmically if you do subscribe and liking our videos, and it really actually keeps this system going in hopes that we actually do grow more over the course of the next couple of years. This is probably one of my favorite projects to work on, and I want to see it grow, as everyone usually would. So, to those of you who are unsubscribed, hit the subscribe button and also the bell icon, so that way you get notified when we upload. But you guys know what our schedule is, so. All right.
Or at least we hope so by now.
Yeah,
You guys
so
have been pretty
that being said,
consistent,
I think that covers everything. Nothing else to really announce just yet.
Are we sure?
Well, if I can throw in there.
Oh, yes.
Because we're all caught up with the shorts and everything at the moment, our TikTok is also all caught up at the moment, so hey, if you want to see some of the silly glimpses, by all means. We've captured some of our favorite moments in there, and I've seen a few pieces of fan art from some fans out there. Particular shout out to Scarlett, who has been consistently doing a lot of fan art, especially on TikTok, so hey, thumbs up to you!
We have official Sam fan art now, actually, yeah. Because you're an amazing person.
Oh, yes. Oh, absolutely. I loved the bit with, is it French or
Yes.
What's French?
What's French? I think it's like Colin
But yes,
So thank you again, Scarlett. You are absolutely amazing.
Yep. And if you want to see all the crazy stuff that goes on the TikTok, by all means, go check that out.
Yeah.
It should be somewhere in the links.
Yeah, we look forward to your time spent on us. Alrighty. I think that's everything. Thank you, Kendra, because you run the TikTok, and that's so much more. That's so much more work that I don't have to do. So that said, I think it's time we finally get into today's session of D6. Alrighty, let us get to here. Right. Is it good? Everyone can hear?
Yep.
I don't hear any music. I don't hear music. Oh, it's just low.
Yeah, there it is.
There it is. I was like, no, not my headphones. They were perfectly new.
Alright. So.
Oh, it stopped.
No, it's alright.
Okay.
So. Where we had last left off. As the Astral Corsairs leave Yimnin a little more tattered than before, having a test of their souls, as well as a confrontation with an old ally turned bitter after years of pain and catharsis. You all head and make your way out to the east as you decide to sail through the Arden Channel before you're stopped by a barricade, in hopes that you might be able to cross through the barricade. You needed to discuss with the general that is heading the fort nearby. Finding an old ally, you all found yourselves quickly having a meal before all had turned to chaos, as barrels had exploded and you had all fallen and hit pretty hard. That is where we're going to begin, as the lot of you regain your senses. As you notice, walking through a massive hole that was made through the stonework, a individual heavily cloaked along with two very tall and heavily armored individuals walk through. Cotton, Myrad, Rolai, and Winry, as you are all kind of regathering your senses and having been spread out amongst the room after the explosion. Myrad, as you fall closer to what looks like to be a hallway, you hear, some of you would hear the voice of a young female come out from the cloaked individual. All right, people, come on. We got a lieutenant and a general to kill. As she begins to saunter in one direction towards that hallway. However, Holly, as you are being slung over and kind of just being carried away from what looks like to be the burning flames of what was that top floor, and the balcony had fallen completely over into what looks like to be the courtyard. Having been carried away in order to avoid the flames by Alexis, you run into what looks like to be an immediate onslaught of several guards as well as army men fighting, as you two suddenly run into what looks like to be these other two individuals looking to hurt the both of you. Sorry. And with that, I need everyone to roll me initiative.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, hot off the block.
A whole 6!
I landed on a 1. I got a 2.
I don't know why you wanted to do worse than me.
No, I'm just laughing that I landed on a 1. I'm changing out that die, excuse me.
Okay.
For me.
A nice,
what's
solid,
your dex score? Connor, what's your dex score?
My dex is +1.
Well, what's your score?
Oh, 12.
12? Okay.
a solid 5.
Why are y'all trying to be worse than me? This is bad.
Listen, we didn't try. It's just D&D Beyond.
And then Winry is a 2.
Yep.
And then Holly is a 13.
13.
And then
And Broly's on the floor.
And I'm on the floor.
This one is... They don't have any bonuses, so they are 9. Alrighty. With that, it is now top of the round. Let's out of the way. And Myrad, as an individual is walking towards your general direction, you see them kind of look at like your body as you're kind of just like slumped over and trying to gain your footing. You see as they step over you and try to walk past. You still want to take a attack of opportunity?
Happily.
Get their ankles.
Okay.
Dabby times.
Take out their
All right,
ankles.
keep in mind, you are prone, so your attack rolls are at a disadvantage.
They also get advantage in attacking you if you're prone.
Let me double check some of my abilities. Let's see, I can use a bonus action to disengage, but I don't think I can use it to stand up. No. I mean,
Well,
You're
this
just
is an
doing
attack of
opportunity.
opportunity.
okay,
Not your
gotcha.
turn. Yeah.
Alright, then I'm just gonna use the daydream.
Okay.
It doesn't hurt to try.
Come on, Daydream.
Alright, 25 to heat.
There it is.
Hey.
Disadvantage. It's at disadvantage, remember that. Because you're prone.
Right.
Come on, Daydream.
26 to hit.
Okay. Let me see the
Ooh,
damage.
nice.
So that is 6 points of slashing damage. I don't think the Daydream has any additional bonuses. No, that's the other blade. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I can do an offhand attack while attack of opportunity.
Yeah, unfortunately not. Alright.
So it's just those 6 points.
As you literally just roll over and draw the blade, as you go and cut, you cut the back of the boot and you can see it cuts in, and does leave a little bit of bleeding, but they don't look like they got hurt, but they do stop and acknowledge that there's pain in the leg. Before the small figure, who's definitely somewhere around 5'6", looks down at you. Ooh, this one has gusto. All right, I'll play. And she goes and she grabs you and then lifts you to your feet.
Oh boy.
Thanks.
Strong for a gal. Jeez. 5'6",
Damn.
she's little.
As she brings you to your feet, it's like, all right. So I'm going to teach you a quick lesson. Always watch the hands. As she flings the right arm, you see suddenly appearing is a short sword as it goes to stab you.
Now, where am I in relation to this?
Yeah,
You
I
are
think I see.
Right here. Technically, you're supposed to be on this table. Right here.
Oh, fuck.
And that's going to be her bonus action. As she thrusts it, and then she moves the hand back, it's gone.
Okay.
And she's all like, you gotta remember, as a rogue, you gotta watch the hands.
Mm-hmm.
Before suddenly you feel something touch your lower abdomen. So the first one is going to be a 22 to hit.
Ouch.
Okay.
No, it's
yes.
too high.
And then a natural 20.
Ow.
God.
Chronal shift on the natural 20.
Well, shit on the natural 20.
Yeah, re-roll that.
Just roll away on the table. Chronal shift.
Alright. Wanna know what? I'm gonna use one of their abilities.
Good. Good.
Yeah.
We're making them use their abilities.
Let's see. Da-da-da.
Let's see, I don't
I
have
believe-
that, but I do have that. Okay.
Just a moment. Da-da-da. I'm gonna use their ability. I'm going to use their ability Stroke of Luck.
What?
And
Oh my god,
I'm
they're
gonna
a high-level rogue.
I'm gonna change that 12 into a natural 20 again.
Can you chrono
I
shift that
see.
twice?
And that's gonna be the one with all the nice assault damage. So, as suddenly you hear the pang of 2 shots through your abdomen. First off, you're taking 3 points of cold damage.
Okay.
And then you're taking... $12 points of piercing damage. So 15 points in total. And as for that second shot...
Ah, shit.
I wonder if this will just kill you outright.
I mean, like, I don't have the rogue uncanny dodge. I can't survive much. I am still very much a...
Technically
Like,
a level 4,
dueling.
like you and I.
It depends on if you just proc sneak attack from a 20th level rogue.
Yeah. I mean, like, if they have allies around them, then most likely.
Yeah.
$31. 31 times 2.
Oh god. Yeah, I'm dead. Like, flat dead.
Dead?
Because
Alright.
I only have 41 max HP.
Alright. And right before you drop, she grabs your shoulder. Like I said, watch the hands. And suddenly you feel a sharp pain through your entire heart. As seeing as that is a automatic crit as you die.
I mean, yeah, like, so...
Hey, Beltania, you want to come out and help?
I don't think she can in this instance.
How many fails do you have right now?
I don't know.
Well,
Well, if you went into the negatives with your max HP, you're just dead.
what was your HP already?
My HP was at a 17, and then I only have 41 max HP. So if it's times 2, that's like 62 points of damage. I am dead. Dead. I'm dead. So.
As you fall into the arms as the sword goes through your heart, what would you like to say?
What?
I mean, I thought I would last at least one turn longer. But as a reactionary, just trying to reactionary get at someone's ankles, I didn't really have a chance to watch the hands, so.
Is that it?
I don't have much else to say other than I'm just waking up and I just fall into darkness again.
As Cotton, you see from across the room, drop to his knees. You hear the massive thump hit the ground before the whole body falls over. And you see behind him is this floating blade that returns back to the hand. And then it is swiftly put under the cloak before the body turns around, puts their hands behind their back, and then skips away. That will be the end of that turn. Now, let's get this turn.
I'm sorry, did we just lose?
Yeah, you just lost a player in
that's
like
what
a
happens
reactionary round.
That's what happens when you're fighting a 20th level rogue.
So.
Well, I don't know.
You see one of the guards go over, and you see as Rudius turn over, and you see as one of the large spears come over and try and stab him.
Not Rudy!
First one's gonna hit. Second one's also gonna hit.
Not Rudy, no! Oh.
Alright, that's gonna be 20 points together. Rudy's still alive, but just barely. As you see, as the large spear enters in Rudy, it pulls back, and then slams again, and then pulls back. That'll be the end of that turn. Holly, you are over here.
Okay. Did Alexis take any damage that I can see?
Alexis took half damage from the fall in the fire. She is currently... She's currently at... not mortal, bloodied.
Okay. And I can't see any of the group from where I am.
You cannot.
Okay. For right now, I'm going to use Cure Wounds on myself.
Okay.
And then I'm going to... Are we being currently attacked?
Yes, there are two individuals armored and blades in hand trying to assault you too.
Okay, and then I will sink my hand axes into the closest one to me.
Okay.
It's a 20 to hit on the
That
hand
will
axe.
hit.
2 damage.
2?
2.
Where's your modifier?
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask. Like, are you strength or dex
Didn't
based?
add the modifier.
That's weird. What's
Oh, wait,
your...
Oh, wait, hang on. Is this an offhand attack? Because you're using... oh, wait, no, Cure Wounds
Yeah,
is
I'm
a bonus
using
action.
Cure Wounds on one hand.
Yeah. Alright, never mind. Yeah, then you should be adding... What is it, your strength modifier to your damage roll?
If it's
Unless your
strength,
dex-
it's a +0.
It just says
if you're-
1d6, yeah.
I think hand axes are finesse weapons?
Melee.
Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe I just have been playing Leodon for too long.
Maybe.
Hand axes... Oh, no, they are not finesse weapons.
These are the Hermes hand axes too, so they're not even just regular hand axes. They are melee weapons.
Yeah, if your strength mod is 0, then yeah, it would just be the 2.
Yeah, just 2 damage.
Alright.
We're just baby level 5s. Really, dude, come on.
Alright. No, it's alright. Alrighty. That's the end of that turn?
That's all I can do for now.
Alright.
I don't want to waste too much.
Cotton.
Uh-huh. I'm sorry for the quiet, guys. I didn't expect a character to die just now.
No, I don't think
It's okay, I
any of
we're
us
all
expected
quietly-
that.
Yeah. Kind of
All right.
dealing with it.
So, 13 to hit?
No.
Nope. 18.
That does, and she's gonna hit him with the gift of the gem dragon.
Okay. It's gonna be 14 points of slashing damage.
14.
And then he needs to make a strength check.
Yes.
17.
That's obviously gonna beat it for now, but he's still taking damage.
Alright.
It is 2d8. But it's halved, but it's still. So 8, so he's taking 4 force damage.
Alrighty. Good to know. As you push back on this being that stabs into you, and as it bursts out, you see as they get moved a bit before not exactly sure what it is that they're attacking, as the light flickers, as there is a shape that they begin to notice.
A shake?
Shape.
Oh, shape.
Yes. Alrighty. And that will be the end of all the knights' turns. It is now Rolloy, and Alexis is on deck.
Ah, fuck. So I'm on top of that table.
Yes.
I'm gonna use half my movement to stand up.
Alright. On the table or on the floor?
I'll go on the floor. Why not?
Okay.
I'm probably not staying on that table.
Winry is right here.
So that's Winry right there. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and how many knights are with us in the room right now?
2.
Okay.
And you also have one that survived the explosion over here. But that's more likely an ally.
Gotcha. Alright, I'm looking at the knights that don't appear to be on our side. That big entrance where Myrad's corpse lay, is that just a big hole in the wall now?
No, that is a pathway that leads into a hallway.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Fuck. In this case, Molloy is going to raise his hands in the air, and he's going to begin to slow the flow of time. And I'm going to cast Slow. This is a 40-foot cube.
Okay.
And you can.
All of our enemies need to make wisdom saving throws.
So 40-foot cube.
40-foot cube.
Okay, so that's 10, so I'm gonna say... Oh, that's 10, that's 20... Yeah, it's gonna get them both.
Yeah. So
Alright,
they
what's
both
the
need to
save?
make wisdom saving throws.
Wisdom saves. They are actually not good at that.
Good. I'm glad. Suffer.
Suffer.
Suffer as I do.
10 and 13.
They both fail. They're both slowed. That means... They have -2 to their AC and their dexterity saving throws. They cannot take reactions. And on their turn, they can only use an action or a bonus action, not both.
Oh, okay.
Well, given they've already had their turns, at least, we don't have to worry about them this turn.
And, oh man, I don't have anything in my inventory that will help in this situation. Rolloy's gonna have a bit of a odd look in his eye as he looks towards Myrad and he looks over at Cotton.
Oh, Cotton's about to lose it. You know now.
We need to get him and leave! And I'm going to just put myself into the... Actually, that one knight that's in the corner who looks friendly, I'll go ahead and put myself a bit closer to him.
Okay.
Yes.
You can only get that far because half your movement.
Are you gonna get what's his face up though?
What's whose face?
Rudy.
Oh my god.
Rudy.
My brain
Rudius.
died. Rudy.
I mean, I slowed them. I can't really do anything else.
That's
That was
true.
my action. Yeah, I'll stay close to Winry. Actually, I'll sort of interpose myself between the knights and her,
Okay.
and that will be.
So where's Rudy?
He's right here. He's so
right
small.
behind Aaron's head. Right
Okay,
behind
and
Aaron's head
who's-
right now.
Alright, and who's in the fire behind Cotton?
That is a dead body.
Okay, I just want to make sure I knew where everything is. Sorry.
Yeah.
Be cool, dead body.
Alrighty. Da-da-da. Alright, and that's the end of Rolle's turn. It is
is.
Alexis. She's going to use a bonus action, and she's going to manifest an echo.
Echo Knight. I'll lose you, Echo Knight.
Tell me about
You
the
are so
Tell me about
poggers.
Echo Knights. I don't know what they are.
Echo Knights are fighters that can create copies of themselves.
Ooh.
They can say no twice.
They're capable of being able to pull untamed timelines and create a echo version of themselves that assists in a fight.
Dunamancy shit.
Yep. Alrighty, and with that, and go to and then Oh no, wait, that's not a bonus action. That's just something she does. Alright, and then she's gonna make 2 attacks, and then... Yeah. That's gonna hit. That's definitely gonna hit. I can't use the 10s, they're d8s. $11. And plus... Six. Da-da-da. As she and her echo begin to cut into the other guard that is attacking you two, she manages to get them down to a near mortal state.
Goddamn.
As quickly as possible. Yeah,
Go,
she's dangerous for a
Alexis.
reason.
She's a baddie.
She's a bad bitch. Alrighty, and that is going to be Alexis's turn. It is now this soldier's turn.
Ah, shit. Is that good soldier or bad?
Good soldier, I
Good.
believe.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, I guess I'll die.
Yep, and he's going to make his attack onto the knight. That's going to be 16 plus 2, so that's going to hit. That's a d10 plus. Alright. Alright, there we go. That's that one. Alright, that ends the soldier. It is now Rudius's turn. And he is going to use... gonna use Thorn Whip to get that thing away from... get that guy away from him. And he needs to make a strength check. With an 8, that fails. He's getting moved. 2, it's 10. That direction. And he's going to get up. Get closer towards Winry, and then that will be the end of Rudy's turn. Alright, Winry, you're up. Because you were the last one in the...
Yeah, I'm the last one in the round. I had a little bit of creative thinking here, and I want to ask the
Haven't gone
DM.
yet?
So,
Excuse me?
no, Cotton hasn't gone yet.
No, I had a 6 and you had a 2.
Yeah,
Oh, shit!
Cotton goes.
Sorry, I didn't write Cotton down.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry.
Leave.
Damn,
I'm
you
sorry.
kill her husband and then you forget about her in the turn order? What the
Wow.
fuck?
I thought I wrote it down. That's
Bruh.
why I wrote I wrote Cotton's real first name and not Cotton. That's why.
Way to go.
It's just like the one on my DM screen. That will work.
That one.
All right. So Cotton first, and then we'll get to Winry.
Gotcha. She's clearly gonna stand up. She gonna rage.
All right.
And I guess for the sake of kicking this guy's ass and then running, she's gonna hit and run. Hey, please unlock screen. Thank you. Yeah, sorry. Making sure I have the right modifier on it.
All right.
Does a 21 hit?
21 will hit. 21.
Sure.
Cool, she's
So?
slapping him straight across the face with those big-ass mitts of hers. And that is gonna be here. Oh, cool. A whole 4. Oh, well.
2.
And she's in rage mode, but she did hear Roloi, so she's gonna start moving that way anyway.
Oh, don't forget your rage bonus.
Oh, rage bonus on what?
your damage.
Oh, so that would be... Where are you?
I believe it's +2.
So technically it'd be 6?
Yes.
Yeah, so it'd be 6 damage in total. Thank you. I keep forgetting I have to actually add that. It doesn't automatically. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That does make a difference. Alright.
Yeah. And that's all I can do for now.
Alright, good to know. As you move around, keep in mind you only have half your speed.
Yeah, I know.
Is it 40 or 30?
30.
Okay. I moved you the 3 spaces over. Alright, and then
I'm the
now
one who
it's
has 40 speed.
Well,
Don't worry, we'll get around to that.
All right. So,
Alrighty.
question for DM:
Yes.
Can Wenry use shocking grasp like a frickin' defibrillator?
No.
That's not how that works, unfortunately.
I was hoping. Oh well.
you could do something similar
I
in the Fulgurmancer's Guide, available now on DM's Guide.
if only.
Connor, if we decide to team up on this source book one day.
All right. Well, I guess in which case then, Wenry's best option is to get up.
All right.
And let's see here. Can she see over that fallen pillar there?
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, because she is small.
Oh, I'm aware.
So yes, I think I'm going to have her just try to hit this guard as much as possible. I'm going to have her do a firebolt.
Okay. Get you lined up for it.
Thank you.
That way you're not hitting 26. That
Yep.
will definitely hit.
26 to hit. Let's see here. That is 2d10 fire damage. Oh, it was almost 2 8s. Okay, so that's 10 fire damage.
Alrighty.
But if I remember right, I have Hornsby with me.
You do have Hornsby.
I would be very careful about sending him into battle.
Unfortunately, you are not a ranger or a beastmaster ranger.
I am not
That does have
Beastmaster.
implications.
I am not a ranger, but Hornsby is currently operating off of the Owl set, which has the ability Flyby. The Owl doesn't provoke opportunity attacks.
All
So
right.
I'm going to have him.
That is correct, by the
I'm
way.
going to
The
have
owl
him.
has that.
I'm going to have him go in, poke, and then fly right back. Get him, Hornsby!
No.
As your druid main, I'm here to say, yes, that is a feature that owls have.
I am looking at the stat right in front of me because I have it on D&D Beyond.
Not that they could have used their reactions to opportunity attack anyway.
Yeah, they're slowed anyway, so it won't need a...
It helps, just in case,
As you unleash Hornsby from under, you see as Hornsby, in a immediate panic, opens their tiny little wings, flaps, and then spins. And I need you to make an attack with Hornsby.
What would you like me to roll on that? That I'm not familiar with.
What is
It
their...
should be their claw or a beak attack. It's part of the owl
Let's see.
stats.
Actions, talons it has. Melee weapon
There you go.
attack. +3 to hit, so... I just roll a 20 and let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, +3.
Are you kidding me?
Oh,
one.
no.
Hornsby hit a nat 1. Well,
As
that's okay. He was
Hornsby-
flying away anyway.
As
his
Hornsby
first try.
goes over, they ding the top of the helmet and they go, "What the hell was that?" Before they come flying back around and then just perch onto your arm.
Scrap!
Right here. Alright. And that will be the end of Hornsby turn because they will move after Winry.
Yep.
It is now top of the round. This individual is gone. Alrighty. And that will be the end of Juno's turn. Alright. This Arcanite, which is currently fighting against you three, it notices that you're pretty dinged up, Rolloy, so he's gonna make his attack onto you.
Isn't it at a disadvantage?
I wouldn't if I were you.
Is it at disadvantage?
He is slowed.
When you're slowed?
Oh,
no,
yeah.
It's not a disadvantage.
Oh,
I
they
thought
can
it was.
only do one attack.
They can only
or-
attack once, though.
Yeah. Alright, let's see. 10.
No, my AC is 11.
By 1!
Woohoo!
As you basically just go like, as you just
missed.
you missed. As they miss, and you don't have to worry about that next attack. It is now Holly's turn.
Okay. So is talking into our rings a free action? Because I totally forgot that those exist.
That's true. But they have a range.
We're not too
We
far
should
away.
be within range.
Yeah, we're in range.
We aren't
1,000
that
feet?
far away from each other.
It's 1,000-foot range, I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm literally like the next room over.
Yeah.
So talking into the ring is a free action, right?
Right.
Okay, so she's gonna talk straight into it and be like, "Where are you guys? Are you okay? What's happening?"
The cafeteria's burning down. Captain Myrad's down. Help!
Okay. Are there just what I'm seeing is 2 soldiers in her way
Yes.
to turning that
Where
corner
is
toward
she?
the cafeteria?
Correct.
She's up in that corner.
What corner? I'm very lost.
By the tree behind the fallen pillar, she's coming in that doorway
Oh,
over
okay.
there.
Sorry, it's too dark for me to see it.
The lighting's a
I
little
need
dim.
I need that light bar as soon as I possibly can. It's like $170, but I'll get it later. Like that way, it just illuminates the entire map.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna turn to Alexis and say, "We need to go this way, my friends are in here." Turn towards the cafeteria and then look at the 2 knights that are there and cast command on both of them. Second level.
Oh shit.
And we're gonna use command grovel, because she just needs to get past them.
So
Towards the others.
they need to make their wisdom save.
Wisdom save.
Oh, also, the one Arc Knight who also needs to make a repeat the same
That's true.
for slap.
5. No,
He's
4.
Hold on, guys.
I'm not even
sorry.
using Hammer of
Lo-fi!
Dawn, by the way. I'm using the Mighty 9 die. Alright, so wisdom save for both of them, right?
Yes. The spell save is 14.
Alright, so the first one is an 11. And the other one is a 4.
So that's
And-
no for both of them.
Combined, they probably could have made it, but
But they can't combine it, so she's just gonna turn to the both of them and say, "Grovel!" and keep running past them.
we're not worthy. We're not worthy.
As far as I can get you.
That's further than I was before.
Alright. And that's advantage. I'm assuming a 14 doesn't hit as a disadvantage.
My armor class is only 12.
Does hit. So you take 3 points of slashing damage as the ones that fall to the ground and grovel, and one reaches out and cuts your leg just barely as you escape.
Grovel does end their turn. Does that include
oh.
a reaction?
It stops them from doing anything.
Oh, I thought they just fall prone. I didn't know. Okay, never mind. You don't take any
Hold
damage.
on. I'm sorry. Lo-fi!
I'm not familiar with command.
I'm sorry for...
Telekinesis.
Can you
Yeah.
guys still hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah, I
we
can
can
hear
hear
Okay,
you.
sorry. He just doesn't want to stop. I'm really sorry.
Oh no, it's
We
we
fine.
don't hear
it for-
lo-fi, or at least I don't.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
we-
it'll definitely show up on the Reaper, and now Reaper is maxing out.
Oh my.
You may have to just use correct bot. I'm sorry. It is
turn it
all
down
the
a
way
bit,
down.
just-
It's all the way down.
Oh goodness.
Something Fritz, and I don't know what it is.
Oh boy.
Oh no, you're the limiter. The limiter on it. It's gonna peak because it's the limiter on it anyways. It's fine.
Oh, okay. I'm sitting here
Yeah.
panicking because it's like maxed out on me.
No,
And
no,
I'm
no,
not
you're
even
fine.
sitting on the mic. Okay. Sorry,
Yeah.
guys.
You're fine. You're fine. All right.
Okay.
Kept forgetting about that. All right. And that's gonna be the end of Holly's turn. It is now the other knight's turn.
Other knight?
Can only attack that soldier.
Oh, so you're gonna put us back in the room?
Let's see. No, it's the one that was attacking you. That's their turn.
Oh, okay. I'm asking if you're gonna turn the camera back so we can see.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like that.
Sorry for screeching, audience. My dog likes to yell at things and he doesn't
Oh, no,
listen,
you're
so
fine,
I
you're fine.
apparently have to yell at him today.
All right. It's all right. All right. And with that, that's going to be end of that turn because he missed his attack. All right. And next up is Roloi. Alexis is on deck. Then Soldier, then Cotton.
Okay. Well.
Oh, and failed to save for the slow.
Hey.
Alright.
In that case, I'm gonna.
You a gonna?
I'm gonna. I will hold aloft my ring of spellstoring,
Oh, that's right. You did get that.
and
Yeah.
I will cast from it Mage Armor.
All
Boost my
right.
AC to, I believe it's 15 now.
It's a +3 to your AC? Or is it +4?
I took it off my spell list. God damn it! Hang on.
Oh no.
I took it off my spell list after I put it in the ring. So let me real quick.
Oh, I got you.
Mage Armor?
Armor.
It's AC becomes
AC
13
becomes
plus Dex
13 plus
modifier.
Dex.
Yeah.
All right, so it's 14, which is better than what it is right now.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit.
Increasing your odds of not getting hit.
Oh, he's about to have more odds because Cotton's about to launch herself over that pillar and decimate that guy.
All right.
And since
yeah,
Wenry is small, you can just vault over her.
That's true.
She's raging, so I'm sorry. Here we go.
I'm going to quicken this. I probably could. Let me spell. Yeah, probably would be better to get damage out now before I get creamed eventually. I'm going to spend both of my sorcery points, and I'm going to quicken spell a firebolt. And I'll do it at the Arc Knight that is below me. Myself.
Yeah, right in front of
Yeah,
you.
that's the one. Yeah, that's the one.
Range spells up against somebody.
What about them?
I believe
You get-
it's at disadvantage when you make the
Is
attack.
there's a...
I believe there's a rule for that.
If you
Further away.
wanna back up a step, that might help you.
I think that's only when they're prone.
Hold on.
Let me double check.
Range
Oh,
spell. I
I'm
know
not in melee with him, am I?
you are. That's what I'm saying.
But I'm not sheer up against his model.
Where is he?
You're right here. He is right
Oh,
here.
shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
Yeah,
thought-
the
I
blue
thought
one
it
is
was Wenry.
Wenry.
I am the slightly darker blue one. Right.
Well, he already
Ruh-roh.
used his attack. Can he not? He can't use a reaction now, right? Because
It's
he's
not
slow.
a reaction. It's because it's a ranged
no.
attack.
No,
up
no, no,
against
that's not what I'm
somebody
asking.
else.
That's not what I'm asking. If he steps away, since he already attacked, he can't make a reaction, right?
Oh,
You
that is
cannot.
true. I could just step away from him. Actually, I think. I'll
There
do
you
that.
go. Problem solved.
Yeah, I just want.
Da-da-da.
Yeah, just to be sure.
Yay!
I just wanted to be sure, like, he could just step away now. Everything is safe now.
Oh, yes.
Here I go. Here I go.
Again on my home.
Time to roll some fireballs against this hoe. Ha 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 ha. That's gonna be a 23.
23, that will hit.
No, on level 5, it deals more damage. Like 3. I rolled a 1 and a 2.
Oh man, we're doing
no.
great today.
D10s. Take that.
Alright. As
What do
they
you think
get
about that?
blasted with another firebolt. Alrighty.
That'll
Is
do
that
it
the
for
end?
me.
Alright. So now Alexis' turn. And she is going to. I think the one that she was going to kill is going to die.
Time to die now.
That's definitely hitting. Let's see. Alright. That guy's dead.
Yay!
And she's going to use her second attack to attack the other one. It's gonna hit. 10. Let's see. And you wanna know what? She's gonna unleash Incarnation and have it
Ooh.
make
Hell yeah.
another
Make
additional
nasty
attack.
blasted.
Okay, inform the newbie. Incarnation?
Unleash Incarnation.
It allows them to make a third attack
Ooh.
once a day.
Yeah.
Man,
it's basically
that's cool.
a free. You can get a number of free attacks with your Incarnation up to your Constitution modifier.
Yep. And she's currently working on that. But this dude, who is definitely also dead, she just goes and swipes once, and then swipes again, and then as you see the echo Holly as it just reaches and it stabs them through, and then pulls, and they both drop.
She looks back at Alexis and gives her like a little grin.
Alright. And bonus action, just gonna move the echo over, and that's about it. Alright, that's the end of Alexis' turn. The soldier is gonna attack the knight. 16 plus 2. That's gonna hit. It's 8. 8, 6. Alright. That knight is looking mortal. And that will be the end of the soldier's turn. Cotton, you're up.
Okay, Alright, so she's gonna launch at this guy immediately.
And Wenry's going to duck.
That's a natural 20 with her bite.
Yep.
She ran up to him and just ripped into him with her teeth.
He did.
Alrighty.
So just because I chose the bite, your mouth transformed into a bestial muzzle. It deals 1d8 piercing damage on a hit, and once on each of your turns when you damage a creature with this bite, you gain a number of hit points back equal to your proficiency bonus.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That'll be useful.
And I critted on it, so I'm gonna ask, does that also add to it or no?
The extra hit points do not double, but the damage certainly does.
Okay. So that's going to... It's going to be 4, so double that. That's 8 points of piercing damage, and she's getting 3 points of health back.
Alrighty. As you run over and you hop on top of the stone pillar, as you jump over and your claws sink deep into the armor, and you see
all
just
you hear is
enough
her
space.
Screeching across the room at this guy. Since the other one that she probably wants to murder isn't there anymore, it's now on him.
As you see the lack of armament between the helm and the actual, like, armor piece, you literally grab hold of the helm, pull it up as much as you can, and you bite and rip out a huge chunk of flesh from the jugular.
As they fall dead.
Yeah. If he's dead, if she has any more movement, she's gonna hover over Myrad, trying to get him up. Like, she understands that he's dead, but she's gonna try to pick him up on her next move.
Okay.
So I don't think picking someone up is an action, correct?
It is. Depending, do you have, can you carry twice your weight?
I don't... Hold on. I'm only carrying 14 pounds, so I can probably carry him.
How much again?
I'm only carrying 14 pounds on my character right now.
How much can you carry, is what I'm asking.
I can carry up to 480. Or
For,
sorry, the 240, and then push and drag or lift is 480.
I imagine for somebody like you who is also raging, you literally just go down, scoop them up, and pick them up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, you got what you wanted, Reloy.
Alrighty. And that will be the end of Cotton's turn.
Yep.
Rudius. Going to...
She is listening to only voices she remembers and knows right now, so if you guys give her a command, she will move. So the last command she heard was Reloy, get Myrad, and we gotta go.
Yeah. And he is going to launch a fairy fire onto that other knight, which does hit.
He has a disadvantage on dex saves, so...
Oh, he does. Maybe I could get a natural 20.
Such a good spell.
Did not get a natural 20, but still, as the fairy fire launches across the room, it hits the back of the armor, and you can see as it glows, he is also thrown to the ground dead.
Oh my god.
Yeah. That back?
Fairy fire killed him.
Alright.
Sparkles!
All threats that are currently surrounding the party have been neutralized. There is still an ongoing battle in the building around you, but for the time being, you guys are currently safe at the moment.
We're safe at the moment, but one player down.
We need to find Holly.
I told her,
just say
I
that
told
she
her where we
runs
were,
into
so
the
she can't be
room?
that far off.
Yep.
All right,
Alright.
well, if she's coming to us, let's stay here for the moment. I'll
Alright,
see if I can
and-
douse these flames.
Okay. So for the sake of everyone, tell me what your actions are going to be.
Cotton is
starting
shaking
with-
while holding Myrad. She ain't doing anything.
I'm gonna use the original turn order, so we'll go through it. Holly, you're first.
Holly is going to run into the room and assess the situation. She's gonna see... Go ahead.
As you run and burst through the doors, as you see one of the doors hits a metallic armored individual that has laid dead, as well as another soldier who is adorned in Alernon attire, so they assisted in the battle.
Okay, so she's gonna look around the room. She's gonna see everybody is, at the moment, not being attacked. And she's gonna see Myrad in Cotton's arms laying limp and run straight for them.
Alright, as You hop over the fallen pillars and debris as you see a Myrad who has a hole in their chest as well as 2 smaller holes in the lower abdomen.
Con's just the rage will drop, and she's just looking up at you. Just help him, please.
Holly is gonna call for Winry for the diamonds.
Yep, and Winry is, she's not gonna slouch. She's vaulting over that pillar, and she is rushing over, handing you the 200 gold worth of diamonds she has.
Yeah, we did discuss this, and we only have 200 gold worth of diamonds. Revivify requires 300. So I'm going to ask the DM so kindly if I can pray to Mommy for help.
Alright.
Give us that little biddle.
I'm shaking.
Because if not, I have to gentle repose him, and we have to go find diamonds within 10 days.
We can't move the ship without him.
I'm aware.
Alright. Here's what I'm gonna do. You guys are welcome to attempt a resurrection challenge, considering you are 100 gold pieces short of diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
I will set the DC higher because of that. But out of 3 players here, I'm going to allow you to choose a skill or an ability that will try to beckon the soul back into Myrad's body as you go to cast Revivify. So,
What does that mean?
this is a resurrection challenge.
No, I know, but you said a skill or ability, so like I'm...
Yeah. So,
I guess it would just be like whatever we think would work, like trying to convince him to come back.
Yeah.
Would be a persuasion check. Is that what it's?
Could be
Does that sound
medicine.
right?
Yeah, it could be any of your skills or abilities. You just have to tell me what you're doing, and I will determine which of those skills will be part of the check. So, which of the 3 of you are going to commit to this ritual?
I don't have persuasion, but I don't know if that counts being that this is his wife.
Do you have
You can
medicine?
pick any set of
I don't.
skills.
I only have Arcana, Athletics, Intimidation, or Perception when it comes to the actual skill that I have, with the red dot next to it.
If we want to try persuasion, I do have proficiency. I have a +6.
I've got a really big Arcana.
Yeah. I think you guys have it better than Cotton does. If we're going story-wise, if you needed me to speak as the wife, that I would do, but I don't actually have the persuasion.
What do we think? My Arcana is +7. I could try and do some time shenanigans.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing my ritual, I don't count because I'm performing the ritual.
Aaron?
Mm-hmm.
I asked a question.
Oh.
That if do I count because I'm performing the ritual or no?
You do count. Being a part of the ritual, you can cast the spell and contribute to the challenge. If you don't want to contribute, that's also equally fine.
Yeah, I'm casting Revivify.
I could also cast Fortune's Favor on somebody and then give them an additional d20 to work with.
I'm assuming the skill check has to be the ones with the little dots next to them, correct?
You just have to tell me what you're doing, and I will determine which skill that will apply to. So,
okay.
Roloy is attempting to use time magic, so he's going to be using his Arcana. Holly, you are attempting to use the magic of the Raven
Revivify.
Queen to revivify, and you wish to enter into the challenge, so I will consider that your religion check.
The most Cotton's gonna do, considering that the state that she's in, is just trying to beckon him back that he can't leave her there, he can't leave her kid there with that asshole. You know, it's that whole spiel. I'm trying to figure out words, but you get what I mean. I'm actually shaking, sorry.
I'm gonna ask, are you calm or are you angry?
Oh no, I'm fine. I'm just crying.
No. I'm asking, is Cotton calm or angry?
It's not angry. She was angry when she saw that bitch leave, but now it's just grief. She'd have no reason to be angry at him. Because her anger was taken out on that dude. She ripped his neck out.
Make a performance check. So,
oh boy.
You're gonna be performance.
With a -1.
Would
Yay.
it be possible for Wenry to assist in that performance? She has... Well, no, never mind. I'm sorry. It's persuasion, not performance. I'm sorry.
To whatever dice god there is out there, please.
Alright.
That's a natural 1. Never mind.
Oh, dear.
I can go in my corner.
Alright. As you try and convince the soul, and as it echoes through, you see as the diamonds that are in hand begin to float and then shatter into tiny little lights. As these 3 pieces float, one goes down and enters into the body. Myrad, as you try and control the flow of time, hopefully to... Oh, Roloi, sorry.
I was going to
You
say...
try... Go ahead.
Wizard here.
Go ahead and roll me Arcana.
Oh,
Is that a good...
26.
Oh, that is a good one.
Natural 19.
I'd also like to add the fact that Cotton's face is just from the chin down is covered in blood, so this is great.
As you, Roloi, you pull up your shard of Dunamancy and you begin to scope the many, many, many timelines as you try and reach out and grab whatever ones, as one shatters upon grasping, the other one barely holds itself together before snapping, and you grab another one before you could feel something strong with this one, and you pull as hard as you can as you draw it close to yourself and then focus on that diamond as it lowers into his body.
Come on, man. This isn't how you die.
Holly, roll me religion.
Who's getting the fortune's favor?
I think I would have had to have cast that, and that would have taken my action.
14.
As you pray, as you're holding out the last diamond in front of you, as you're shaking, hoping, trying to find the meaning in all of this. As you begin to feel tears streaming down your face, and then a moment where you feel that spark as all of you, not including Myrad, notice as you look towards Holly a pair of black spectral wings coming out from behind her back. As the last diamond enters into the body of Myrad.
Let's have a little look-see.
I'm going to show you guys the number you had to beat, as well as the number of the die.
I haven't had my turn. Do you want me to try before that?
Holy shit.
Oh.
As there is a moment of absolute silence before a black feather falls, and then you also hear the faint sound of almost like tentacles moving. And Holly, as well as Cotton, you would notice out of the side of Myrad's face was leaking that black ichor from before, and before it even went to reach up, it slithers back down into its ink. And you see as Myrad goes,
Yeah, Cotton's holding him, so she's just she'd see that and she'd shake him a little bit. Myrad?
Holly pumps a cure wounds into him at third
same.
level.
She has that too.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Seeing
That is some terrible heartburn.
9
Captain
max
is
health
now-
from Cotton.
Take 18 from Holly.
Seeing as the captain is now alive, Roy lets out a shaky. And then he closes his eyes and reopens them and he goes, "Zombie!" And he casts Fireball.
No. Winter will shove him in his arm out to the burning doorway.
Oh, I'm kidding.
Breathe, Captain.
Hey, Captain. How hungry are you? I got one of your snacks here. It could probably give you a little bit of a boost. Rolla, you could probably use one too. What do you think?
Not for
That
nothing. I
explosion
think we
hurt
should
a
leave
little
first.
bit more than I thought.
Well, yeah, I know we should leave, but you're barely standing, buddy.
It's fine, I can carry him.
I'll be fine.
Okay.
Don't worry about little old me.
coughs up blood.
Do you also need to cure wounds?
I can stand.
She's asking Reloy. She already gave you 9 as well.
Oh, you gave me 9 as well? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. She'll just, shaky hand touches Reloy's and gives him another cure wounds.
I won't say no, but the building is on fire.
Thank you,
5
Colin.
more points of HP for you.
Hooray!
After a moment, you guys hear a blood-curdling female scream come out of that hallway before there is a burst of energy coming from the second floor, and then a moment of silence before you see Rudius pops up. The General! As he immediately dashes away from all of you.
Yeah, she mentioned something about killing 2 people. Probably should stop that.
I
But
think
we saw
we'll
what she
pass
did to
stopping
you.
it.
What chance
I
do we
think we're
have?
out. I think we're out of our depth on this one, Captain.
Look, she just got a cheeky hit. It's not gonna happen again.
It better not.
We don't have the resources to bring you back if it does.
No, we don't.
We're not gonna
We
leave
need to get
Rudy
out
to
of here.
just
No.
take her on by himself, though, right?
No, we're not. Rudy, wait for me! And Wenry will chase after.
Why are we letting the little ones run off on their own?
Alright, Winry, as you're running close behind, the lot of you, as you're getting your bearings and you're getting back up, alright, as all of you head, or the rest of you heading towards where Rudy was going?
Well, seeing
I
as
mean,
Wenry
like-
did, yeah.
Myrad's not gonna leave Winry and Rudy just fucking die. Like,
Yeah. Alright, as you, Myrad...
Thank you guys. I knew you got my back. I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting...
Oh, don't worry. Hold this for later, because I have a lot of words for you later.
Okay, yeah, okay.
It's just that quiet, like, don't you ever fucking scare me like that again.
Look, I just wanted to poke her ankles, okay?
No. She'll just kind of, like, point at the dude on the floor that she ripped his neck out, went, later, I will talk to you.
Alright. As you begin to move, Myrad, you feel your body is extremely heavy. Almost as if your physicality has gone through a great ordeal. We'll get through that in about a moment, but as a lot of you begin to traverse back up, as you and Ree catch up to Rudy, you notice that one of the glass windows is completely blown out. Before you see a couple of doors that are ripped ajar, and you see with what looks like to be a rather freaked out, somewhat multicolored hair individual, as well as a rather tall human-looking woman with long black hair, as she stamps into the floor this massive spear. Lieutenant Rudius, see to it that the rest of the fort is closed off, and remove many of the individuals that have so rudely entered into the fort. As you see, he does the Alanonian salute. He runs off again, and she notices this entire party. I'm not exactly sure who any of you are, but if you're here to seek refuge for the moment, then by all means, stay.
That's just a friend of ours, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't feel comfortable letting him do this on his own. I'll be back.
Alright, as you go and run off to follow Rudy.
Guys, no. Oh, God damn it.
Someone get leashes.
One is too quick.
Yep. As you see, she goes and kind of stands towards the door, and she looks towards that man who is sitting kind of freaked out, but beginning to calm down, as she looks over. Master Moel, I really hope that this is not, again, another ploy of the Wallensteinians trying to assault us. Not a thought in my mind, I do apologize. But, no, I was also not expecting a random assassin to just break into this room.
Yeah, random.
As you, Winray, go and run off and catch up to Rudius, as he is currently running what is along the top side of this fort, and you can see that there are a couple of individuals who are fighting soldiers and guards amongst each other. As he goes over and he once again casts Thorn Whip. One guy fails as a large Thorn Whip comes over the side, grabs him, and then pulls him off the side of the fort. As the other guy is now concerned and being attacked by two other individuals. Would you like to do anything with her?
Yes. Let's see. So, only one of the guys got pinned down by the Thorn Whip?
Well, one of the guys got thrown over by the Thorn Whip. There's this other one who's, like, now being slowly surrounded by two soldiers of Alanon.
Well, then the other guy who's still standing there gets a nice firebolt to the face.
Alright, go ahead and roll me an attack with that.
That is a 16 to hit.
That will hit.
All
go ahead
right.
and roll me some damage.
Let's see, that is a lovely 18 damage, 2 9s.
As you reach out with the Cling Hex and it just shoots out from the armored hand, it is emboldened with that large flame as it hits them straight in the gut as they fall straight to the ground dead.
Hooray!
And you see as Rudius runs up, alright, I need you to alert the rest of the fort. I'll go ahead and ring the bell up top. And you see as the two kind of split off further into the fort. And looking back at you, thanks for the help.
Of course. I wouldn't let one of my friends struggle through this alone. Gonna be honest, there's far too many.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm definitely gonna need help with the bell. Come on.
Alright, let's go.
Alright, as two of you run off, the rest of you still back at the office, being, you can tell that woman who is now standing kind of like at the guard of the door is kind of set to wait if somebody's going to come back at some point.
Wait, who, what?
What?
She's kind of has a expectation that somebody might come back. And so she's not moving from the door at all.
Okay. In the, office, right?
Yes.
Okay. Myrad is like, okay, someone needs to make sure Winry is gonna be okay. I probably shouldn't be running around too much.
No, you really shouldn't.
Okay, I'm gonna stay here.
I will ritual cast Find Familiar, because I'm assuming Mobius did not survive the encounter.
No. I don't imagine he would have.
Katamari on the menu.
Yeah. As you go and ritual cast Find Familiar, you see as he just, like, comes back from that ring of smoke, and he just plops back to the ground.
Alright, shake me if she comes back, and I will send him out scouting.
Alright,
and I'll actually summon him in his, since I'm recasting him, I'll summon him in his, what was it, a ferret?
Yeah, it was a ferret.
Or a weasel?
A weasel.
The weasel.
Right. Instead,
Yeah,
he just
summon
like...
him in-
Alrighty. As you see, as he goes to run off to find Winry based off of the direction that you saw her go last. As a lot of you are kind of standing here, you begin to still hear a lot of the battle is beginning to die down a bit, and some cheers of victory as well. Winry, as you notice that some of those knights are beginning to fall. As you get up to the top of this tower, you see that there is a rope that leads all the way up to the top of the tower, where you see this massive bronze bell that has aged over time due to the sea air. And you see as Rudy begins to grab it, it's just massive in his hand. And so he begins to kind of just pull and walk backwards. Okay, I'm gonna need some help with this. I'll swing it towards you, then you swing it back towards me, right?
Roger that. Winry will get to the... not the opposite side of the room, but she'll get to the opposite side of the little area, and she'll ready herself to catch it and keep it going.
As you see, as he pulls up overhead and throws it towards you, you hear that first ring as it reaches towards you, and you grab the rope as you pull it, and then you hear another ring, and you guys go back and forth time and again before you begin to notice that towards the bottom, you begin to notice more guards are beginning to appear and deal with the random individuals that have made an assault onto the fort. As time begins to turn and you guys begin to notice that safety is becoming more apparent, this place is beginning to lock down much faster. After about another 30 minutes of fighting and screaming, begin to hear the faint cheers of victory once more. As to the random assault is beginning to die out. As the lot of you slowly make your way back to each other and convene back at this office.
Do we run into the little weasel Mobius on the way?
You do. You see his little what color is he again?
Yeah,
What is his color?
He would be.
We never really asked this question.
Gold or blue?
What color is normally? He's like bluish. He's like
All right.
bluish.
A little
yeah.
bluish weasel walks up to you and
All right. I recognize this weasel. Let's follow it, Rudy. This is Mobius.
Yeah.
Mobius, Rudy, Mobius.
You see as Hornsby's looking at Mobius like a...
Snack.
like
Nope.
food.
No. She snaps her hand over his beak, just like, no, not a snack.
I mean, like, he already has a muzzle on his beak through terrible training. So,
Well, he's on a leash, not necessarily muzzled.
Alright. As all of you convene back at this office, you see as this tall lady now beginning to calm down a bit now that everything's been locked down. You see as she begins to acknowledge as Rudy is discussing amongst all of you, what you guys did for us was really good. Can't thank you enough.
Myrad gives a thumbs up. He's like, I clearly didn't do shit other than stand guard, but happy to help.
I'm glad what I did wasn't appalling to you and was helpful.
As you see as that lady looks over to you, Myrad. I'm assuming if you didn't do what you did, I'd be probably dead. Thank you.
I mean, I just poked her foot, I think. Maybe I did a little bit more than that. I don't know. I kind of got hit with the bomb, and then next thing I knew, someone was trying to step over me and talking about killing people, and I just swiped at their ankle, and then next thing I knew, I was dead. So, I don't know.
You slowed her down. Even just a little bit.
I mean, she's not a very good fucking assassin if she got slowed down by me.
You wasted her time.
I mean, I also assisted. As you see the man sitting over by one of the couches.
And you are?
William Moel.
Nice to meet you.
As you look at him, there is this moment of almost a split of...
We remember his name because of Alex.
Yes.
Yeah. There is a moment where it's just so weird to stare at him. It's almost slightly intoxicating.
Ugh.
The ears are flicking, like what?
Yeah.
Don't look at him too long. He'll draw you in. You'll get sucked into those eyes.
Nah, only my husband does that to me.
Both Myrad and Cotton are like, nah, we're not into that.
Well then, somebody who has now actually not only assaulted this fort, and not by us, obviously, you now have a bigger problem on your hands. You have not protected a congressman of the Congress of Alfor. How do you think that will look when I return to the rest of my party members, and what opinions they might have?
Well,
General Poe?
Myrad whispering under his breath, just enough for just someone in his group to hear. So it's like, well, it just helps him blend in my opinion, but whatever.
well,
You see, as Maven...
To be fair, sir, you don't appear to be badly harmed. If you are, we'll be more than happy to help you out, right, Holly? Just elbowing, just like, come on.
Of course.
I'm sorry, who are the lot of you again?
Visiting a friend.
So
we got
nobody.
caught up in all this. Oh, come on.
I mean...
Well, I don't know. Maybe somebody
Nobody
who
to you.
helped out to help this place at the very least, and you're in this place, so I think we did a bit.
As you see, as the general comes over and stands in front of all of you and just... before turning around... Congressman, as to my understanding, you came here knowing full well that this fort has been under siege multiple times, even by your own people. This is supposed to be a negotiation of a ceasefire. If negotiations have fallen through, then you may kindly leave the fort, get back on your ship, and go tell your congressman that we were unable to protect someone as skilled as you are. Will that be all? As he kind of looks up. I'm kind of wondering as to how these assailants managed to make it through this fort, but I wouldn't be fundamentally surprised. We did it.
From what it looked like, they just kind of appeared in the middle of the cafeteria, so I would say magic.
Seems like there's at least someone with a brain breathing the same air in this room. Very well. As you see as he gets up, negotiations have fallen through. As you see he begins to walk away, you see as Maven kind of just takes a deep breath and then breathes out. Rudy, are you the one that's supposed to be in charge of the supplies that make it into the fort? Yeah? Would you care to tell me how was it that explosives made it into those supplies?
Wait, one person's in charge of all of that?
I tell people where to put the supplies and where they're moved, and I double check whenever I'm available, but
Rudy, did any of them seem suspicious to you?
No.
Wait, Rudy, you're really good with paperwork and everything. You have a record of everything that came in. Might we be able to trace back the barrels?
Yes, as you see is he walks over to one of the many desks within the main office here, as he begins to kind of pull records, and as he does, you see that there's this small stack of the recent shipments and the barrels that had made their way in through here. Yeah. As you see, he's frantically folding each piece of paper, almost as if he's worried about something. You can see that the general is staring daggers at him.
General, if I may ask, while we're waiting for that, do you happen to have a napkin? Because she's realizing she's just blood down the chest, trying to disrupt the anger.
As she looks towards you and reaches into her jacket and pulls out with what looks like to be a handkerchief and hands it over towards you.
Thank you. I did mean what I say, though. It looked like they teleported in.
As the head turns back, as you can see as Rudy is kind of just frantically flipping, and you can see as he's reading through some of the records. The shipments were requested by me, and they came back from Aurario under the command of and looking up towards her, me.
Rudy, there's something that has to have happened. There's no way you would just blindly do something like this.
You see as...
Or would you have?
But not as you.
I didn't do anything, as you see as
I'm not
Maven...
saying you did it on purpose.
You might have been charmed.
Exactly.
Is there any way that we can check if he was charmed?
Hold on. And she'll, pull Wenry over to the side. Remember what Alex was telling us?
Out of character.
It's Lowell. She suspects he's been doing something in some magical, creepy fucking way to charm people without actually using charms. There's something going on with that guy.
Right. And he's since left the room, correct?
Yeah,
For now.
he's
All right.
since left.
Holly, should we say something? Seeing as this came from Alex, or is it Alexis?
Alexis.
Alexis.
Alex, is she with us?
She is.
Okay.
Holly is going to look at Alexis and kind of give her a look like, you know what's going on. You
this
should
isn't rude.
say something.
Yes, partially, not entirely.
But he gets
But if you
here
suspect
and suddenly
something-
this happens.
As you see, just for a moment, where it's this slight tension before the general, ignoring all of you, looking at Rudy. Lieutenant Thatch, is there even a modicum of truth to the idea that you were under spell? No,
Or not that you remember.
I would have if... And you see he's beginning to think about his words very carefully.
Wenry will probably, since she's standing next to him, just put her hand on his arm, just like, okay, take a deep breath.
Cotton would look to Alexis like, we need to say something, because this is all of these things lining up, and Rudy's about to take the fall for someone clearly fucking around with us.
I don't mean to put your position in danger, Alexis, but we are putting a whole person's entire career at risk.
I'm not sitting here withholding any information from any of you.
No, we're asking if you're to allow us to say something.
You can say whatever you want. You're already saying what you've already said. Everything that I know, you've already said.
Except his name. General.
You see as the eye just barely moves towards your direction. The face does not break away from
Yeah, no, she
Rudy.
understands. She's not expecting rainbow and sunshines from this lady. If I may, you've been under siege, and you said it yourself. He came here, Mr. Lowell, whatever his name is, came here knowing that, and then suddenly you're under siege again. Explosives happen to go off, and your top guy, Rudy, here, which I happen to know is always on top of everything. Suddenly he doesn't realize things and allows this to slip in as well, and now this guy gets to saunter back home to say that this all failed conveniently. He's being manipulated. We were going to look for this guy originally. There's something up with the Lowell guy.
Well, also the fact that Rudy almost blowed himself up, so
yeah,
if
so
that
why
was
would he
part
do that
of
to
his
himself?
Grand scheme, I don't think that's a good plan.
Yeah.
He was in the cafeteria with us when that went off.
Rudy,
we all got hit by it.
Rudy's too professional for something that sloppy to happen without you seeing that either. Or anyone else for that matter. Maybe a newbie, sure. And there are magics out there that aren't just charms that you won't realize something happened.
You see as you're attempting to try and persuade, make a persuasion check. Do it with advantage because Myrad pointed out something very important.
Okay, advantage. Oh boy.
Yep, technically a help action.
Great!
Yep.
An 8.
An 8.
I can't roll today, guys. I only got that one nat 20.
Chronal shift.
Oh?
Do it again.
Is this a second advantage roll?
I mean, it just says to roll again.
A 12. I can't.
That's better.
You see as she stands a little upright, before turning back. The eyes turn back towards Rudy. Rudy? You can see as, like, he's kind of just this stoned being and just shallow breaths. Not able to look at anyone. We're going to follow protocol. Kindly bring yourself down below. You will be kept under watch overnight in the barracks. We will send a mage down to see if whether or not you were controlled, or if you're lying. Yes, ma'am. Or
Winry will give him a comforting squeeze on his shoulder and let him go.
as he is dismissed and leaves the room, you can see as the general looks towards the lot of you. I must apologize, but I need to ask again, who are all of you? Aside from Alexis Morn here, none of you are familiar to me.
We're traders, and we are here to pass by the river here, but unfortunately, due
Everything
to
is shut
things that
down.
have happened in the world recently, we've been out at sea for quite some time. We didn't hear about it till we met with the barricade, and we were told to come here to wait till we can have passage. And then we started catching up with Rudy. He was someone that we found on our travels.
We saved them off of an island.
You can see that there is a moment where she fully acknowledges what's being told. I see, so you've spent some time with Lieutenant Thatch.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Seems hard to believe that someone as resourceful as him to be able to survive on his own would miss something as big as this, don't you agree?
I mean, he's...
I've taken that into account.
He's too professional for that.
Yeah.
I've met Mr. Thatch on a couple of occasions, but in the more recent months he has been one of the most efficient people I've ever worked with, which is a little difficult considering soldiers being soldiers. But his skill, not just only with the map and ship, but also his growing abilities in combat, have proven quite resourceful. And I need more men like him. For she turns and walks over towards her desk and sits down. So all of you are looking to get past the blockade.
Originally, yeah.
Yeah. We need to head to... sorry, I misplaced the map. But...
The
Myrad-
Zeon Sea.
Yeah.
Xi'an
The
Sea.
Xi'an Sea.
Xi'an
Xi'an
Sea.
Sea.
I'm so sorry. Pronunciation is not my strong suit.
It's all good. I was
It's
like,
de jour.
oh,
Oratrice
no,
Mechanistia
we're heading
Elise
to
Cardinal.
the east.
Oh god, it's haunting me everywhere! I don't even play that game!
The Oratrice Mechanistia Elise Cardinal.
Okay, there we go. Found the map. Okay. But yes.
Given everything that has just happened within the past couple of hours, I'm not entirely inclined to decline
Open that up.
what you're asking for.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
However, that blockade is there for an exact reason that we are currently dealing with, especially with Vollenstone.
Oh, yes.
Oh, we've heard.
We understand that.
Imagine, if you will, if I just let a ship full of traders simply pass by the blockade simply because you had permission from me. I'll be having every single trader that is still on this island flocking at my door.
Yes.
So
That would be very annoying. And
what can we do
unproductive.
that will allow us through but won't put you at a really annoying disadvantage?
Correct.
Well,
As for all other matters, I'm relatively sure that there would be more than enough trouble that needs to be dealt with here at the fort. Also, in concerns to your friend, Lieutenant Thatch, I would hope that all of you would stick around to see if whether or not what has happened is to your understanding.
yeah, that would be fair.
Oh, I wasn't planning on going anywhere till you made sure that Rudy was okay.
I'm sure Alexis will need some help with the death rites of the fallen.
And I assume that there's probably going to be a good bit of cleanup around the fort. You have a lot of soldiers, but an extra hand or two may help.
I can do heavy lifting.
Then I will say this for the moment. We will need some assistance with what is happening here at the fort. If all of you are willing to do that, at least for me, it will at least look good to everyone else to let you just pass by.
It's not just a freebie, is what you're
Exactly.
saying.
Helping out many of the other soldiers dealing with the problems that have arisen recently, and probably stamping out with what I can imagine might be a dissident among us.
My question being, is that Lowell guy staying here, or is he just gone?
He's probably more than likely about to embark on his ship, heading back out to the west.
I would suggest we keep an eye on Rudy till he's gone. 'Cause he's the one we've got our eyes on.
It seems like you've had some experience with Mr. Moel.
We were given some information, but we can't quite prove it just yet.
He's under
A magnifying
he's
glass.
A suspect.
A suspect
But-
for traitors. It's a unique example.
You deal with a lot when you navigate the seas.
Not all of it pleasant.
Yeah.
Very well.
Some of it absolutely bonkers.
Then I will assign all of you at least something to do tomorrow morning. For right now, try and rest up. Then when you return back to the fort, I'll hand you all something that you might be able to help out with. And once you've managed to garner the favor of enough of the soldiers and many of the other navymen, I'm sure that they will have no issue having you pass by.
Sounds about right.
Sounds like a fair trade.
If you say so.
Cotton would hand the bloody handkerchief to Reloy Quinn, like, can you fix this real quick for me? Just
Oh.
Young miss, if I may correct you on the notion of a fair trade, this is not a fair trade.
Oh.
I'm asking a lot of you. What I'm asking is a favor, one that you may come back to cash in, should you so desire, at any point.
Oh. Then I suppose I owe you a greater thank you than I thought.
if Reloy did the prestidigitation, she'd hand
Yeah,
back the
I'll
now clean
prestidigitation you.
clean hanky back to the lady. Thank you.
Very well. I was about to say dismissed. You're not my soldiers.
You're not my captain.
Fair enough.
We'll take our leave.
May I ask who went through the window?
A would-be assassin, apparently.
Please tell me she died.
Winry will probably go over to the window and just, like, take a look.
Passive perception, what that would tell you is it's really dark outside. And also, it looks like a pretty steep fall. If you want to catch anything else, you can make a perception check.
You know what? It doesn't hurt to look. And that's an even 12.
You note that there is a definite breaking of certain branches of trees that lead off further into the aisle of the fort. You do also notice that there is a good line of blood that kind of pulls around some of the glass in the bottom. So whatever hurt, definitely hurt.
Bitch. Well, it appears that she didn't walk away unscathed, so I suppose...
Winry would just hear a very low growl right before that bitch, by the way.
Don't worry, I'm of the same sentiment.
Yeah. Just casually, probably plucking like a thing of skin out of her teeth, like...
I think
she
I have
did
a
bite
toothpick.
someone.
Here, I have a toothpick. Here.
I'm good. She's got sharp claws. She's got it. Thank you.
As the lot of you come to a bit of calm, as you see the entirety of the fort is on high alert, as you're all sent back to your ships under strict supervision, as many Alanonian soldiers kind of line the docks and keep an eye on everybody's ship. As the night proceeds, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, then come back to find out what happens next.
Okie dokie.
Ooh,
That
okay.
bitch gonna die. That bitch gonna die. How
Alright.
dare.
We'll do a bit of cutscene for before you all go to bed, but with that, we're going to go ahead, take a quick break. We'll be right back. See you all then. Bienvenue, Power Bottoms. Welcome back.
Wow. Okay.
That's a new one.
Wow, that is a very new one.
All right.
Fancy.
So, where we had last left off, as all of you returning back to your ship after a very harrowing evening, you will find yourselves contemplating what had happened and begin to drift into the unknown. But before you do, is there any discussions that any of you would like to have with each other?
Okay, Captain, how are you feeling right now?
Like you just got stabbed?
Shot?
It was a little bit more than just a stabbing. I'm pretty sure.
If I remember right, I heard some gunshots too.
Yep.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Yuck. Ugh.
Yeah, let's hope a good night's rest will help bring it back to your feet.
I feel I'm glad to be alive.
Well, of course.
I mean, like, I can always be grateful for that, but I'm also trying to remember who I saw correctly. It feels weird, but that person looked way younger than they probably should have been for what nonsense they were pulling.
They were kind of short, right?
Yeah.
Might have been a gnome.
I think I saw them skip out of the room.
Yeah, they skipped out of the room and they looked like a fucking child. Well, not an actual child, but like...
Young.
I would call them a child to their face. 100%. But they were young. They were a youngster.
Killed by a child, huh?
I know. But, like, what I'm trying to make sure that I have straight in my mind, and I don't know if this is weird, but, like, they had really weird eyes. I'm not used to seeing eyes like those.
Do you remember what made them weird?
Well, okay, so they were red, but that wasn't the weird part. It was like the night sky, but red.
Oh.
Like a red night sky.
Yeah.
Would Cotton know what that is?
Make me a history check.
Okay.
Fortunately, your passive is just not high enough for
Jesus.
recall
11.
of this. 11?
Why do I even ask? I'm just gonna say I don't roll today.
I'm trained in history. Would I know?
My passive would be 14. I would rather
Actually,
take that
you know
than
what?
the 11.
You know what? We both have pretty good history.
Actually, Roloy, your passive history does beat the DC.
Ooh.
This is familiar to a particular race that exists in Urzeheim. A race of the first civilization that had ever existed, known as the Lemurians. They are not this usually violent or cruel, at least as far as people know as they are, given their recent reemergence in the past 50 years. But this individual... Any Lumerian is extremely dangerous in their own right.
Sounds like the dogs agree.
Yeah.
I'm barking with knowledge.
But this Lumerian in particular, if they are able to dispatch somebody as quickly as that and walk away without a second thought, they must have been trained way back before any of you had even been a thought in any of your parents' heads.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that child was old.
What do you mean?
You weren't an elf, though. I didn't see, like, got a clear look at them being that close.
Lumerian.
Marion,
Yep.
You're not joking, are you?
That's what it sounds like. Eyes like the red night sky. Sounds pretty familiar to me. Bark, bark.
Are you feeling okay? You barking is a little out of character.
What is a Lumerian doing here?
Well,
That's a good question.
What they said out loud before I nicked their ankles was that they were after to kill 2 people. And I think it was a lieutenant? And was it the general and the lieutenant? Sorry, I was kind of still typing notes. Okay, the general and lieutenant.
They set off to kill a general and a lieutenant, and they succeeded at neither.
Yeah.
Wait. They didn't succeed at killing a general or lieutenant from this side.
Well, not sure.
I wouldn't be too confident.
But they went up to that
Rudy
room,
is a
that
lieutenant,
office.
and he hasn't finished his trial yet.
Yeah. I don't know much about magic. I don't know if there's extra trickery afoot,
Oh, there is.
but
Something definitely is going on.
yeah, I feel icky about the situation. It played out too well for the people being attacked. I don't know. For someone who, as you said, would be considered very dangerous, or they seemed very dangerous when they just completely just destroyed my chest cavity, but
The more you keep saying that, the more and more angry Cotton looks.
Myrad puts an arm around her and just pets her head. While
Nope,
he's
she
still
swats that
talking.
away right now, but she's a little angry at you.
Nope, you come here.
She'll punch you.
Just like, I don't want to die a second time, don't do that.
They don't have to go lethal.
But either that general upstairs is really skilled as much as that child was, or something else is amiss.
We already know something else is amiss thanks to Alexa's information. And
Well, that's a
considering
threat, dude. But
we had the summit situation already happen. Everything was pretty much gearing up for war. And then Rudy suddenly is so sloppy that this gets past him, and he gets himself blown up. And these happen to visit at a base that they know is currently constantly under siege, and the day they're here, they're under siege again, and these people magically teleported into the base.
There's got to be something we can find to help prove that Rudy's innocent, right?
Well, we are going to be helping out with cleaning up, so I guess if everybody keeps an eye out and looks for something, we
They
might
are
find
sending
something.
a mage or something to kind of check him over, but magic can be complicated. It may not always be easy to trace back.
I'm worried that this guy covered his tracks.
Considering that this is a war bubbling up to the surface, it's probably going to be well covered up.
well, we can't really investigate the crime scene.
No, but we'll be
And
helping out tomorrow. We
We'll
could
be helping
listen
out
around.
tomorrow, but it doesn't mean that someone might not already be over there trying to sweep some stuff under the rug.
There's nothing we can do about that.
Nope.
We're also supposed to be very careful with what we do. We're not supposed to be taking sides, but
I'm not. Well, the only side that I'm kind of taking is Rudy's. That's about it.
Yeah.
fair enough.
Amen. I can agree to that.
I think Rudy's being framed.
oh, absolutely.
Yeah, that man is way too careful with his paperwork.
He was very quick to kind of claim that, well, you failed. I get to go back and tell them the discussions didn't work out, and you failed to protect me. Like, he
had that ready.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was too quick to put that out there.
Besides, he's alive, isn't he?
He is
Exactly,
alive.
that's what I said.
Yeah.
But what are we gonna do? He's going back to his people. Who are they gonna listen to more?
I wonder where he was during the fight.
Seemed like in that office.
My guess is, yeah, he was upstairs.
What kind of scream did we hear upstairs again?
The scream of the girl.
Yeah, if I remember right, it was a female scream. We heard breaking glass and a female scream.
Though the idea of William Lowell having a girl-like scream makes me laugh on the inside really hard.
I like that too.
I think that would be very fucking funny.
For those who watch Black
from a different
Archives, yeah, for those who watch Black Archives, when you know, you know.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's so weird that an assassin with that much firepower under their belt would give out such a loud scream if they were considered an assassin.
It's called an act.
Here's a novel thought.
Exactly.
What
Yes,
if they are really good with a knife, but really bad at being an assassin?
I mean, they do exist.
What if they're just really powerful, but really inexperienced at killing people in a silent fashion?
I mean, like, the reach of her arm probably hindered that. Land purchase, because child. I will consider her a child. I don't care.
She's Lumerian, so she's no child.
I'd like you also to consider Myrad. Remind me, how tall are you?
You're not a child to me. That person was a child.
No. How tall are you?
I'm 7'1", 7'2".
And can you give me an estimate on how heavy you are and how easily she just picked you up off the floor?
I mean, like, she didn't get me all the way off the floor.
Yeah,
My
she
feet were
did.
still touching
No,
it.
she brought you to your feet.
How does that
Yeah.
work with height?
Well, she can probably just get her hands like under your shoulders, just wedge her in there just right. 1, 2, 3, hup!
It's called
And
she's
just-
very
Was she, like,
strong.
grabbing me, like...
She literally lifted you up high enough to where she literally tossed you up onto your feet.
She's very strong.
I mean, like, I'm not questioning the strength bit. I'm questioning, like, the height difference bit.
It's like when you grab somebody and you lift them up and you let them go just enough to where they're on their feet.
Oh, okay.
Kind of deal.
She
for the sake
launched you onto your feet.
Yeah. For the sake of the argument, Rolla, you would also know, history-wise, that Lumerians have what is known as a powerful build, meaning that they are much stronger than they really look. Especially those with red eyes.
Yep, that tracks, especially the red-eyed ones.
Okay. I'm still gonna call her a child.
She's Lumerian. She's older than any of us.
She's older than all of us combined, in all
Look.
likelihood.
You told me that bitch was skipping. She's a child.
Okay, and if we all start skipping, are we all children by that thought?
By
Would you
all
all
means,
just
I would
skip
probably pass.
along after
I just-
murdering somebody?
Just cotton skipping along the way.
She can. She would fit the part. She's got rabbit written all over her.
God.
Can't believe you all will stoop so low as to become children.
Well, I don't know. That's not too far a stretch for me.
Aren't you
Well, let's
supposed
not
to be,
make it a
like,
habit to
older
get
than
killed
all of
by our
us?
children.
Yes, I am. But do I look older than all of you? No,
Looks and
people,
actions are two
people over
different
here,
things.
gestures at Rolloy.
I'm the youngest one here.
Meanwhile,
Yeah,
Cotton,
You're like
exactly.
twice your age.
Cotton just quietly walks over to Holly and just gives her like a quiet thank you because she's too angry to deal with Myrad and she's too upset to be happy ha-has right now.
Holly just reaches out and puts her arm around her and pulls her in.
Oh, she'd hug her back immediately.
Holly is shaking. This whole thing was very upsetting, and she's not over it.
Nope.
I'm sorry.
What are you sorry about? You didn't kill you.
I mean, my body was kind of in the way.
I don't think that's how any of that works, Captain. No offense or anything.
I did provoke a retaliation.
You did, and that's why I'm angry at you.
Provocation. If provocation was an excuse.
He had no way of knowing he was going to get one shot.
I didn't, but it doesn't mean that it didn't happen. And I'm still sorry that I put you guys through that, regardless.
Well, as long as you don't make it a habit of getting killed by your children.
Oh my god.
That wasn't my kid.
The irony of the vision you saw, by the way.
That wasn't my kid. That was a child.
We don't know that. Only he does. He never told us shit. But I'm just saying that the irony, me player to player here.
Oh yeah, it's funny because like Myrad's like correcting him, but he doesn't know anything about his
None
vision.
of us know shit.
Yeah. It's like, I don't know. Like, what the fuck?
All right,
No.
well, I think we've all had a day. I think we all deserve some rest. And I've got a very peckish little bird sitting on my arm here.
I did it.
Come on, little guy. Let's get you some snacks.
Avoid the turmeric.
Okay,
Alright,
no, we'll avoid the spices.
for the sake of the argument, Winry, roll me an animal handling check.
Oh boy, let's see how well this goes. Not bad. That's a 12.
He is behaving better than usual.
Considering you probably kept him alive through chaos, the bird has a slight respect for you.
I'd hope so.
Right. Alright, as all of you begin to find yourselves reaching towards rest, and Myrad and Cotton, you make your way back to the captain's quarters, and the rest of you head below deck to begin resting. As the night begins, excuse me, find the right goddamn playlist here.
Insert IT crowd moment.
As all of you reach into slumber, Myrad, and as you're falling back into sleep, your body becomes heavier. You hear that same sound, almost as if it slides in the side of your head as it reaches into the back of your mind. Did somebody fall down?
A little. Okay, maybe a lot, but...
As you feel almost as if a long tentacle wraps around your shoulder and then runs along your arm, almost as if twisting it in the opposite direction.
Oh, ow, ow.
Oh my. I would not worry about death with you. You're already dead. But if you decide that you wish to throw this gift into the pyre every so often, I will warn you, putting you back together as you feel the faint pop of your shoulder makes it much more difficult to put you back together. Before you feel it reverse and remember,
Point taken?
remember, You owe this unlife to me, to her, and to the child.
Right. Yeah. I understand.
Very good. As you feel a massive hand kind of almost scruff the top of your head. Good puppy.
He waits. It's just like,
As you feel the essence of this being leave your mind for the next moment. You also feel a very rare feeling for somebody like you. Cold.
He hates that feeling. He probably tosses and turns a little bit in the sleep, trying to find a comfortable, position, but could never really find it.
I mean, your wife is fluffy. You can get warm at some point.
I think this is a unnatural cold. if he's getting
It's a
cold,
warning.
then that's a problem.
Yeah.
Cotton,
Uh-oh.
as you dream, you find yourself in a massive open field, staring up at a mountainside where you see a tall, dark tower that looms over beneath this field.
Do I recognize it?
No, not any recent history would tell you where this place would be. As you stare up, and you begin to get this strange feeling, almost as if just beyond the trees, something is bordering it. Almost as if it could approach you at any point in time, but deciding not to leave its spot.
It's not leaving its spot, but I guess curiosity that killed the cat, she would probably walk towards that.
As you turn around to go walk towards it, you look at it and you see up in the sky this blaring red blood moon. And you feel something feral deep within you, calling, clawing. Something desires to hunt within you. As you stare up at that blood moon.
I don't know what she'd take from it, because she's felt the beast trigger before, but she's never had the desire to hunt anything.
As suddenly a massive downwind comes from the side of that mountain, as it feels like a pulse and energy before you hear the sounds of fleeing creatures and birds taking to the sky. As you look back up the mountain, you notice that the sky has been split and rendered asunder, and from it a rain of blood begins to drip down towards that tower.
I'm assuming she knows what that is, considering it's a pretty significant piece of history.
This is an event known as the Reign of Blood.
Yeah.
The night that Valdestan as a kingdom had fell. As you begin to see as the entire mountainside begins to turn black. And as you stand in the field down below, you begin to see life is degrading, the trees are becoming blighted, and that floral fields are slowly being turned to sand. You get this faint feeling that a message has been sent to you.
A warning.
Winry.
Mm-hmm.
As you begin to rest, you hear a voice calling out to you.
Winry will Winry will probably call out to the voice, just, "Hello? Who's there?"
It is me. It is you. It is us.
Oh, the Klinghex, the wielders.
As you begin to acknowledge the voices, one of them approaches. As you see, appearing before you is this tall elven woman with what looks like to be this long brown hair and this almost platinum-like armor that surrounds her, and that same gloved arm that reaches up to the shoulder. We promised to have spoken.
It looks like we finally have the opportunity.
Alright. I am Alexandria the White.
Alright, Alexandria the White. Does this name ring a bell to her? Or, when we're being isolated, she probably wouldn't have heard it.
It is, I would say, it is one of the many names that are inscribed on the Klinghex.
Sorry, I'm writing down for the notes here.
Yeah.
Well then, Alexandria the White. When did you have the Klinghex?
I was its first wielder.
The first? Well, perhaps you know a little bit more of the early history then.
I would. It was during the time of the Feyvalmont. Many kingdom decided that they wanted mages to fight on their front lines. My mother would have none of that. She created the Klinghex as a weapon to defend those who wish to seek freedom. Unfortunately, her will burrowed deep within the Klinghex. Her overprotectiveness would also create a unalterable effect on those who wielded the weapon.
From my
There's no-
understanding, so far things have required me to have something of a contract with this thing. Is that part of it?
That was my doing.
Ah.
In order to assure that the Klinghex would be wielded by those who would see it used properly, I created the contract rule. Unfortunately, it also means that eventually you might have to continue to kill throughout the entirety of your existence.
So, my guess is, short of losing my arm, the Klinghex is mine for good.
Those who decide to bear it cannot remove it.
I thought so. Thus far, it's proven a very powerful, I don't want to say tool, asset, I suppose. Is there anything more that I need to be wary of with this?
I believe that might be a conversation for the rest of the wielders one day. Save for this.
Yes.
Whatever you do, do not satiate that blade with your allies' blood. That is not something you come back from, and it is a lesson I learned far too late.
I am sorry that it was a lesson you had to suffer with, but thank you for warning me. I will take it to heart. And Wenry will bow her head.
As you bow down and you look up, you see a blood moon just off in the distance, in the black and shadow. Something's coming. You feel a faint warning from it.
I have a feeling
Holly.
that this... Oh, sorry. I thought we weren't done.
No, by all means.
I appreciate the warning. I will take it to heart and... Eventually, Wenry is probably gonna... toss and turn as well. I don't think anybody's getting a solid night of sleep.
Holly. You find yourself in a familiar place tonight. In your dreams, you dream the temple at home. And you see that giant pond of red. You stare at the reflection from it back to you.
Be you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I was just making sure that I heard everything and was thinking.
Okay.
She leans forward and runs her hand across her own face in the reflection.
As you do, it is much like the same viscosity of wax, but none of the heat that comes from it. It is cold and icy. It is as bitter as a winter day. As it dries and cracks on your hand, and you look back down at the reflection, you see a plain white mask.
She takes a deep breath. My lady.
Doesn't really respond.
One of my friends almost went to you today. Thank you for reaching in and helping.
You see as the mask, almost as if nothing was wearing it, just falls and then turns and then sinks deeper into the red. Or you can no longer
Holly's
see
gonna slide her arm into the wax deeper, kind of like she's following that mask. And
As
she'll
you-
keep reaching.
it. As you reach down and you sink your entire arm in, you lose your balance as you fall completely in and find yourself sinking deep down beneath, following the mask. As you go and try and reach the mask, I need you to make a... Make me a wisdom saving throw.
19.
As you get close to the mask and you wrap your fingers around it, you suddenly feel your mind lurch back as you see several visions passing you by. And suddenly your feet become firm, and you stand before what looks like to be a line of people that go far, 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 far back. And one of the more familiar faces is that of one of your mothers.
She looks down the line of people and then looks up at her mother, and I think for the first time in a long time in her dreams, she smiles at her.
As you
It's
smile,
been a long time.
as you smile, and all the faces look towards you before you begin to notice all the way towards the back, you notice another individual. A pair of golden yellow eyes. And standing next to them is a beautiful, tall figure of shadow with the same white mask in your hand.
Holly's gonna walk toward them, all while pulling the mask toward her own face, because she feels like perhaps this is hers to fit.
As you do, you place the mask on your face, you're able to see two true figures. A small elven woman and a massive golden dragon.
She looks between them and in confusion.
Before you take off the mask and you see that the forms return back. As you get a close look, you see what looks like to be a very well-kept young man with a pair of golden eyes, very yellow like yours. There are many a tale that tell of an individual like this, the first ever Crow Father, known as Balthazar.
Holly dips her head in respect and says, Crowfather, are you the one they call Balthazar?
See that there is some weight before the eyes look up towards you? Yes.
It's an honor.
Do not honor the dead. My time had passed. I did my service to this world, and I kept the balance. As he stares and points towards that long line of people that reaches back to you. This is the legacy I left behind.
I am part of your legacy? Directly?
As he looks at you, see that there is a faint nod.
Is that why your eyes are like mine? No one else has had eyes like mine.
believe that you are different.
I used to hear it whispered at the temple.
You will probably be the last. Correct. Something
Last
has
of what?
you. You'll probably be the last. What will be of us?
She looks panicked. The last of our line? The last of the Raven Queen's followers? I don't understand what you mean by the last of us.
The last Crow Father.
How can I be the last? There are so many back at the temple.
You mistake the notion of what Crow Father means. They are champions of the Raven Queen. But you are her chosen last. In time, the gods will flee. And one must take their place. It is yet to be decided who. The cardinal truth of all gods is that they are cowards. And you must be prepared to fight for your lives. Because no one else will.
That's a dreadful thing to say. Are you implying that the Raven Queen would abandon her own people? That any of the gods would abandon their people?
That is a matter between you and them. This is a warning. The future is full of strife. The gods cannot all save you. You must be prepared.
I hear your words, Crowfather, but my faith will remain steady.
Then I hope that you fly high.
And I hope that you rest well.
As you see his figure falls into the ground, as well as the rest of all the others, your certainty with that mask becomes very apparent. And as you drift into the blackness, rest finally comes. Roloy.
Yep, that's me.
You find yourself standing in a massive open green field full of wind, calm, light, and life. As you stare out into the endless expanse, you hear a voice and a tap on your shoulder. Uncle Roy.
Huh?
As you go and look and turn, you see a young fire genasi woman looking at you. Is everything okay?
Do I know you?
Come on. You don't have to play with me like that.
I'm gonna give her a once-over. I'm gonna try and see if I recognize her.
Sure. As you look at her, she's standing somewhere around 6'2", is pretty muscular in her own way, wearing what looks like to be a pirate's attire, and to her side, a very familiar sword.
Have I seen her before?
A memory would tell you yes, only this time more destructive.
Ah. No, I know you.
And why would you play a joke like that?
You know me. Always playing jokes. So, what have you been up to?
Just getting things ready. Well, heading into the void is a terrifying notion. And also, there's no exact certainty on whether or not I'll be landing in the right direction either, so a lot of my trust is put on you. But,
Well,
Mom and Dad already did that before, so I don't have to worry about it.
I suppose then, for posterity's sake, we should run through our preparations one more time.
Right. We need to make sure that there is no faulty in sending me back. And it's going to be...
And how can we assure that?
Well, you are the one who's capable of changing time. So I would hope that at least you might have a grander detail than that. I mean, if I meet the younger version of you, I imagine there might be some more confusion.
Probably quite a bit of confusion, but it shouldn't be too big of a deal. I mean, as long as you don't go too young.
When would you say is probably the worst part of your age? Like,
Worst part of my age?
yes, like, were you like a local bad boy in your 20s?
Oh, I was nice to everyone.
I bet you were.
Well, I would have to say, worst part was probably I was getting close to becoming an adult. Because that's when the hunt caught up.
So I guess we have to avoid that.
Yes. Don't get on the hunt's backside. Whatever you do. I may have thwarted their plans in this timeline, but there's no telling what will happen when you go back.
It's weird to believe that I get to see them before everything that happens, so... Pray for the best.
Praying?
The gods aren't looking at where we're going, sweetheart.
Skill and a little luck. That's all we need.
Alright. Thank you, Uncle Rolai. As she extends out a hand and reaches, hoping and praying.
He'll reach a hand out to her and shake her hand.
And as you do, a surge of magical energy exits between the two of you as another flash of memories begins to envelop your mind. And you hear a voice in the corner of your ear. Messing around, are we? Oh no. That's not good. I've warned you before. Play with the timelines. You mess with time. It tends to bite back. For that voice exits, and then you find yourself waking up on the ship. And as a new morning begins,
Everyone looked like they haven't slept.
yep.
That could have been a better night, but I suppose it wasn't too bad.
Do you all have weird dreams again?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
I think I got a
Why
warning.
does this keep happening?
Alright, well, because you went poking
I mean,
your
if you
nose
consider
into it,
a
I
weird
feel like I
dream
might as well
of-
tell you.
Well,
Your patron breaking your arm, then sure.
I got a warning from the blood moon.
Okay, that's ominous.
Well, remember how I warned you all about the chimeras and lycanthropy? Like, the
you're
look
not
of,
the
oh
only
god, what's happening?
You're not the only one who
Okay.
saw the blood moon. I saw it
We
in
gotta
my
keep
dream.
tabs on that.
And because you went poking around to figure out what this
Anyone
thing
else
is,
had
Roloy.
sound off of a weird dream?
Yes, actually.
Yeah.
I talked to one of the wielders of the Kling Hex. Does anyone know about Alexandria the White?
No.
History?
Yes. To all of you that are history buffs, Alexandria the White. Alexandria the White is a well-known figure from Alanon. She rebelled against what was the current king, who had tried to enlist all the mages around the kingdom in order to fight the war within the Feybat Mach. She was so good at what she did in magical arts, in avoiding the I guess drafting, if you will, for the kingdom, that it inspired many others to her cause, causing there to be a split between the kingdoms. This led to why Alanon currently sits the way it does, which is why every city is its own kingdom as a city-state, even though Aurario in itself is the capital of Alanon. So the way that it works is that they're all generally independent, but willing to work with each other should things come to a proper agreement. and that all started with Alexandria the White. However, towards the end of her life, she had grown mad, and over the course of many years had slain more people, even some innocents, for unknown reasons.
Well, I solved a little bit of that mystery for her. See this thing on my arm? I figure I might as well tell you all. This thing is called the Cling Hex. It's so lovely and pretty, and it does a lot of death and stuff. But the problem is, I have to keep killing with this thing. I have to make a promise on somebody I gotta kill, and I think that might have been part of the tail end for Alexander's thing. But beyond that, she warned me, first off, that it will keep doing this. Second, to never turn it on any of my friends. Not that I ever will. And third, I saw a blood red moon in the sky.
Okay, that's 2 for 2 on Blood Red Moon.
Does this ship have a brig or something?
I'm sorry, say it one more time?
Does this ship have a brig or something? Because, when's the blood moon?
It should have a brig.
I'm pretty sure it does. Myrad, I think we're storing some stuff in there.
Yeah.
You may have to put me in that.
Well, we know that the Night Wish can take it. When we will
I
reach
hope
over to
not.
one of the railings and pat the wood affectionately.
I would prefer to add additional reinforcements. No offense, honey, but you do pack quite a punch.
That is both a compliment and scary at the same time.
Alright, so I guess we'll prepare that.
Well, knowing what I know now, that would explain a lot.
What do you mean?
That's right, we haven't heard from you or Holly.
Well, I was talking about the, I was talking about the Cling Hex.
Oh.
Is that what she was so upset about the other day?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Poking into the origins of such an obviously dangerous artifact. And now can you blame me for being curious?
An obviously dangerous artifact, sure. But the fact that you didn't even ask to try to figure out what this thing was, if you asked, I would have gladly let you. But no, you had to use magic on me, and you used your familiar to do it. Now you made
Everyone
me mad
else
again.
has eyebrows raising.
Well, how was I supposed to know it was safe? After all, it's cursed.
Well, for the fact that I'm not dead yet.
I mean,
That's a
there's
big
worse things than
yet.
death.
Yeah.
I've had this thing on my arm for months now.
Well, things are getting more complicated.
Mm-hmm.
If you've had it on your arm for months, and you have to always be hunting someone, then who are you hunting?
At the moment, my contract lies with Visco. Myrad,
Oh, that makes sense.
You saw him at the Pirate Council.
Yeah, I remember him.
Yes. Yeah, that's the man that very nearly, obliterated my island before I met Cotton.
The Pirate Lord.
Yeah, he's a pirate
Yeah.
lord.
Well, we have to fight him at some point, so I guess that makes sense.
So at this point, my contract stands with him, and I will probably be taking more time to train and get better with this thing.
I could probably share with you what I learned about it as well. That might make things go a bit more smoothly.
Please do, Reloy.
You're welcome.
Reloy?
What?
We
going to actually explain it?
go on a big time skip lecture of everything that happens with the Cling Hex because, oh my god, that is a fucking novel.
Yeah. Montage it. Huh.
Okay, so make sure you have your magic, or you will die, basically. Got it.
Yeah. So, that was a nice divergence. I'm so sorry, Holly, Roloi. I didn't hear about your dreams. All we know is
Why
that
don't
they were
you
weird.
start? Mine's a bit complicated.
I wouldn't say that mine is any less complicated. Well, one of my ancestors might have implied that the gods will abandon us. I'm not sure what that means.
Oh, is that all?
Great.
I mean, I think that adds complications for someone like yourself.
It adds complications for everybody, whether you believe in them or not.
No, wait! Does that mean that she's gonna leave? Is that a good or a bad thing? Fuck.
Considering she's what's keeping you alive for the most part, yes.
Okay, that's really
I'm
bad,
around
actually.
to stay, darling.
Did
you hear that? Or is it just him?
Everyone just sees Myrad just like something like a wet willy.
Oh,
just
so
got
only
put
he
into his
heard
ear.
that then.
Just
Yeah,
a
only he
tentacle
heard
going.
it, but we all saw him.
And that shudder just...
Sure.
Okay, she says she's here to stay, so goody.
But
There's
there's
one
more to that
comfort?
message.
Messages from the ancestors are very complicated, sometimes difficult to parse, and maybe we shouldn't dig too deep into what he had to say. I didn't really feel comfortable with it yet.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Probably the
Malloy?
most Holly has ever spoken.
Oh, also, Holly, you have noticed that mask that you had in your dream is in your possession.
Oh, snap!
Oh, sick. Sick nasty.
Well, that's
She's
all
looked
it
in
is.
her hands and
God.
just...
She's got it, like, tucked into her belt. I'm assuming she woke up with it.
Yeah.
So, Roy, what's so complicated about yours?
Roloy looks over at Cotton and Myrad, and he's like, well, you see, it's...
Roy, we understand
How-
you deal with time.
Yeah, so... the thing with time
It's a soup.
is... it's... a series of tubes.
Another metaphor for the fire, I see.
Wibbly wobbly, timey-wimey stuff.
To be soupy?
To be soupy?
It
Okay,
doesn't
it's-
like to be bent.
Okay. But what did you see?
Both
I'm not-
of you should sit down.
Okay, because I was gonna say, I'm not asking you how time works.
So you know how you've got a daughter?
Yeah?
Yes.
Apparently, she learned some time traveling from me
From you?
in the future.
Neat. Wait, where's she going?
Duh.
You don't know. You didn't. Well, okay, it was a fucking dream, so you probably
She
couldn't
did
ask her.
mention into the void, but that could mean anything, really.
What? No, absolutely not.
Also,
No, wait,
Like,
lady,
she's
you are
never gonna
you
hear
are not
that.
allowed. You are not allowed into the void. You're gonna be grounded.
absolutely not, young lady.
No way traveling. So
Absolutely
you're at
not. She will
least
be going
16.
into the void like she's hearing this in real time.
Exactly. Like,
Like Zara's standing right next to you. Yeah!
Didn't we know that they're going after the Sandtide and that also has to deal with time?
Yeah, about that. There was also maybe another potential future I might have glimpsed when we were in the crazy temple place.
Uh-huh.
I don't think you want to know.
Roy, you cannot
look, you
just say
told
that
us
and
our
then not
daughter's going
say
into
it.
the void. Just spill it.
I'll tell you. I'm just saying I don't think you want to know.
Hmm.
So, you know how you have a daughter?
Yes, I know. Yes.
Apparently, she learns how to time travel, and she kills us all.
Oh.
What?
She what?
She
Huh.
kills us all.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Interesting is a word that could be described by numerous things.
Well, that whole temple thing was fucking with all of us. So... I'm gonna choose to not believe that one.
It's
That's
hard
just
to swallow.
me.
She kills all of us without some context, and dreams never have context, and
Well,
says, ugh.
now that I've told you, I don't know what could happen.
That's true.
No future is actually cement. It's many paths and
It's
Crazy.
soup.
it's soup.
Well, we'll just be very careful with iterations of our daughter, since apparently there's multiple of them that learn time travel.
Yep,
You're sure you taught her time travel?
I'm pretty sure that was me in the dream. She called me Uncle Rolloy.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah,
Well,
I'm a part of the family now, bitches.
God damn it.
congratulations.
Getting invited to all the feasts.
Well, it's fine. I'll
Yeah.
accept it.
Let's go!
Could have been
You're
worse.
the
She
little
could have called you
brother,
Peepaw.
Yeah. Yeah.
I am the youngest. I'm the funky uncle.
The Funkle.
The Funkle.
Funkle
Uncle.
Rolloy.
Yeah. That works.
What would that make Holly and me? Oh God, I'm probably grandma.
Why would you be grandma?
I am the oldest.
Yeah, but couldn't you be like the
An
cool
aunt?
old aunt?
I'll take that.
Grandma is officially Myrad's mother's title.
Ah, well, I would not dare to take that from her.
Yeah, I think she would fight you on that.
But Cotton kind of pauses for a second. She can't remember what this woman looks like or what her name is. She just knows you have one.
You can go over the family albums later.
Yeah, no, Cotton actually has a blank look for a second. They're like, wait.
Well, that
It's
was
just
my
the sound
dream.
of hit him out.
I'm sure I have a picture of her somewhere.
This memory stuff is awful.
It's okay. Like, you're lucky you have a husband who actually just carries a bunch of family photo sentimental painting nonsense with them.
All right, so who wants breakfast?
Right, breakfast.
I want
Probably should make that.
Breakfast. As
But no one
as all
asked.
of you,
No one answered my question though.
Oh,
Does anyone know when the blood moon is?
oh.
Hold on, I
Let's
think we have a
see.
calendar somewhere around here.
Let's see. Picking from memory or survival, I believe, is the best option. Or off the top of the head.
I'll say for the sake of those of you who have a decent history, and nature, you would know that there is supposed to be one tonight.
Oh, jeez.
I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Okay, so how about we first get some food and then let's clear out that brig because
Yeah.
you're gonna want to be
Yeah.
ready for that.
I'm having a curfew today.
Okay. Alright. I will cook everybody up something, and everyone can have some new goodies as well on the side of their breakfast to take along with them.
Because we all love the snacks that Myrad makes.
Yeah, they only last 8 hours before they spoil, so that's...
Cotton just like pats the side of the ship, going, "I'm sorry ahead of time."
I could probably just put you to sleep.
I don't think that's how this works.
We can definitely try, though. It's good to
Yeah.
experiment and see if we can actually...
Oh, I wonder if I could charm you and then make you normal.
I still don't think that's
I
how
think our
lycanthropy
safest bet-
works.
I think our safest bet is just to knock her out.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, probably the sleep or knocking out. Either way, you're gonna have to probably...
It
put on,
gave me this
like-
urge to hunt in that dream.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
to hunt.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's two of
As
you.
a lot of
You
you
can watch
have
my
been
background here.
as a lot of you have been talking and making noise, you do hear a couple of footfalls towards the top of the ship as you notice that some Alanonian soldiers who are currently flanking the sides of a general has come to meet all of you.
Oh,
Oh,
good morning.
Sorry.
I suppose
morning?
breakfast can wait.
I'm in the middle of making it. I'm not gonna stop.
Okay, tell you what.
Even in apron, just like, hey, General, you want some too?
Yeah, basically.
Yes.
It's like
It
we
has
have
an
plenty
apron
for
that
all.
says "Kiss the Captain."
Kiss
Yes.
It would be a part of the morning breakfast scenario here, as you see that the general comes over. Well, it looks like all of you are up and about, so I do have a couple of the notable requests I have told you about last night.
Yes.
I am in need of those who are capable of working on the dock side, moving boxes around.
That would be me.
Well then, I suppose that you will take the job there. Keep an ear out for those who talk a bit more than usual.
I will do my best.
Next, I need somebody that is willing to help out around the cafeteria, as there is more than enough individuals who will be crossing there this morning, especially considering it's the only place that they'll be able to eat peacefully.
Well, I mean, I can help with that, but they're gonna feel very sad when I leave.
Honestly, his cooking is the best, so.
You see a smile runs across her face.
I mean,
I look forward to hearing the complaints.
wow.
Next is I will need help burying some of our dead.
Yeah, I'll take that one. That's a comfort zone.
See who you might be able to hear from their grievances. Next, I need a couple of individuals who might be able to work some of the paperwork that has been piling up now that I am down a rather efficient individual until further notice.
Is it unethical to have him continue doing the paperwork?
Well, given he's under investigation, Roloi, yes.
Yes.
So, I suppose you and I will be doing that, Roloi?
Oh, if we must.
You write down
Alright.
spells, so what's the difference?
To be
The
fair,
difference is some are magical and the others are boring.
to be fair, you do have good handwriting.
That is true.
You want to bury
it'll at
bodies
least-
with me instead?
It'll at the very least be legible.
Time to break out the glitter gel pens.
Hell yeah! Do
Fun
it all
and
in
exciting
glitter!
note-taking.
Alright. As she gives all of you a nod, and by all means, try and make it to your stations as quickly as possible. Our help is well and appreciated. And then as soon as you're done for the day, I will give you an official notice to allow the blockade to let you through without an issue. And I imagine that there will be plenty of happy sailor who'll be willing to make friends with a lot of you, and probably even buy some of your wares.
Yeah.
I didn't even think of that.
Now we just need to come up with some good wares. Hey, Roloi, can you prestidigitate up a box?
Guys, shh.
Yes, those wares that we absolutely already have.
Myrad's like, hey guys, it's best not to have this conversation.
I was doing that out of character. I don't know about the rest of y'all.
Okay, good. I'm glad that you mentioned it was out of character.
We could sell this.
Right, well then. I'll be back at the fort. If any of you need me, by all means, you're welcome to take a knock at my very open door at the moment. As
We
you
might
see,
be able
she
to help
gives-
with that, too.
I mean, if you need a carpenter, like I also know some wood and smithing work as well. But I digress. I'll help in the kitchen regardless.
All right. As she gives a Alanonian salute before returning back towards the fort, as all of you have been given a task.
Let's do it.
All right. So, for right now, to start with, I'm going to have all of you roll me initiative. This is not combat. This is
Non-combat initiative.
Non-combat
Now I
initiative.
get the nice roll of 19.
I got a 16.
Living that life, aren't we?
Mm-hmm. I got a 10.
Where's my marker?
Did you throw it again?
I swear to God, I didn't.
Is it in your pocket? Is it behind the compressor?
Not this time.
As a heads up, Aaron,
19.
Myrad did hand her like one of the goodies because he makes extras. Because the general,
As a sampling of the many delicious goods he can make.
Yes.
She's gonna be back on our ship at lunchtime.
Well, like Myrad's gonna be working in the kitchens, so.
Alrighty. So. Henry is a 16. Myrad is a 10.
House husband Myrad. At it again.
Let's see, Holly is an 11. And the Cotton is a 19.
Yep.
Alrighty. So, Cotton,
Mm-hmm.
as you break off from the rest of the crew, and you make your way over by one of the many docks, you see what are the very well-built individuals physically, between half-orcs, genasies, even some elves, even though they kind of look a little bit more slimmer than usual.
Elves are elves, man. They're their own thing.
And
They're
what looks
very
like to
slim.
be this rather, like, really jacked dwarf. Just straight cut.
Good for him.
As they are just, like, walking by, just, like, holding up one of these massive boxes with a single hand just overhead. How to do, eh?
Good morning.
As basically they stop, and the massive box, as it turns, you have to dodge a bit out of the way. You got some fuzzy feet, don't you?
Among other things, yes. Anyways.
He can't really see above the box.
She'll lift the box for him.
Yeah, as you lift the box, oh, you're a bit strange, aren't you?
I'm complicated, but that's okay.
Well, I don't really have to deal with complicated if you're capable of doing this.
Yeah, and this is what I'm here to help with.
Oh, you got sent on this job over here. Well and welcome. We got a couple of other big boxes over there who needs the shipment sent back up to the fort. Ever since what happened last night, that was quite messy.
Very. Thanks for pointing me in the right direction.
Right,
Do you want this back?
Yes, please.
Here, hands it back to him.
Yeah, hands it back, and you just see as it slowly begins to move again.
God, yeah, she's like
I'm
6 foot
sorry,
something
that's
to him, so
hilarious.
yeah.
That's such a funny vision.
As you begin to pick up some of the boxes, you begin to also hear some chatter amongst some of the docks. From your passive perception, I would say you hear about there being something that's been hiding amongst the fortress for some time.
Mm-hmm.
And that they are 100% sure at some point that the assault could have happened from there. And you hear another sailor kind of just talk off to the side. It's like, oh, you're full of shite. Fuck off.
I'd like to point out that she doesn't have to look in a direction to hear it, considering the ears, so they just swivel towards wherever she's hearing these sounds.
Yeah. You see, like, one of the Orcan individuals is like, I'm telling ya, I've seen exactly where somebody could have possibly hid. I'm like, yeah, then why don't you tell the general? Because nobody would ever believe me. You go tell the general. I got work to do. They just
Is she
keep having
standing
this back
nearby,
and
or...?
forth. You're standing kind of adjacently enough to be able to hear them kind of talk. It's really passive.
Mm-hmm.
And as you continue to walk by carrying some of the boxes, impressively, you are the one who's moving the quickest amongst many of the rabble around here. And one of the well, I would say the exact same dwarf by the time you make it back up, and you begin to see your pile of boxes and barrels beginning to grow a little bit bigger than his. So like,
Oh no, now it's a
well,
competition.
keep it up, you're going to show us all up, and then we have to work twice as hard. As he laughs, as he just laughs.
If it means it gets done quicker.
Well, yeah. And also, if it gets done quicker, then we get to go to break a little bit quicker, and then
Agreed.
we get the free meal.
Sounds like we have a common goal.
Yes. What's your name, lass?
My name is Cotton, and yours?
Oh, Gareth.
Nice to meet you, Gareth.
As you see, is like the short individual, like reaching out his hand as far up as possible.
She'll like kneel a little bit, and, like very carefully shake his hand, obviously keeping the fingers outstretched so she doesn't claw his hand open.
Oh, wow. So, I hope you don't mind me asking, how did all that happen? Like, all of this?
It's kind of a bit of a trauma to talk about, that one.
Ah, well then, let's not bother with it. I don't suppose, me prying would be exactly a good conversation starter.
Unfortunately not. I don't like withholding things, but it's, like I said, complicated.
Fair enough. Well then, we got a few more boxes and barrels, let's go.
Yep. She'll accompany him happily. He seems to be a nice guy.
As you continue and... see... Over... within that massive, library alongside with Rolloy, what looks like to be the ever-stacking paperwork as you see soldiers come in and out with reports, and several individuals, like, seeing these two random individuals is like, oh, you don't mind me asking, where is Lieutenant Rudius?
It is
Thatch?
a little bit complicated.
He's sick.
Oh my god.
Yeah, okay. Well, we're substituting for him at the moment. He's indisposed. But no worries, we are friends of Mr. Thatch. This is Rolloy. My name is
Hello.
Wenry. And first off, I suppose we should start with, how do you organize everything? Because, my goodness, this is quite the mess.
We would just leave this all to Lieutenant Thatch, as he kind of just puts a pile of papers down.
That's why he leans over to Winry. That's why there's two of us.
All right, well, Rolloy, if you're good with doing the paperwork, I am more than happy to do the organization. Otherwise, we could swap. What do you think?
I think I can do that.
All right, and let me take a look at how he sorts things out then. And Wenry will probably... Are there, like, file cabinets or the equivalent of?
There are what looks like to be these many, like, stacking shelves, and in them with what looks like to be folder boxes that you could slide out and then place in and then slide back.
All right. Well, Wenry will pop open a few and see, okay, is this where A, B, C, D, so on and so forth?
Yeah, it's a very unique system, but it's easy to kind of pick up on. Thank God for the Dewey Decimal System.
Who is this magician Dewey Decimal? And where
Yeah.
may I learn of his magical arts of file organization?
I think it was the kid Dewey.
I believe that may have been his last name, but you have a good point.
Is his first name Decimal?
Oh my god.
Decimal, I believe,
be
implies
elven.
the system. But
Must be elven.
Who knows? Who knows? Some
Maybe
people like
gnomish.
paperwork.
Who knows?
As you two are having this conversation, more papers keep coming through.
All right,
Oh,
I
good
suppose we should
gods.
get started. Roloy,
All right.
you start with this paperwork. I'll get started on some, and then I'll have some to file away while you work.
All right, as you guys are running back and forth and kind of reading through, understanding what's on the pieces of paper and some of the many files, you're given a stamp to just basically approve and then move it off to the side. As the day goes by, you begin to also hear some chatter amongst some of the soldiers who are kind of just waiting in line to see what paperwork needs to get dropped off next. Rollo and Winry, go ahead and just roll me a perception check.
Oh boy.
Perception.
How's a nat 20 sound to you?
Oh, that sounds really good.
I need to find my perception real quick.
Wow,
not that
that sounds really good.
Shit. That one on the floor. Yeah.
Floor
Did it-
dice. Oh no.
Did it register?
Probably
maybe?
not. No, I don't
Looks
think it did. Yeah, it did.
It looks like it rolled the 4.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Well, you're wrapped up in the paperwork. I'm just here putting things away. So.
I can go ahead and I can use a... You sure to use a chronal shift right here?
Up to you.
Yeah.
How
For
many do you have
paperwork.
per day?
Nah, I'm getting wrapped up in the paperwork. I don't have any time to really spy on anybody.
Yeah. Winry, you do
God,
hear.
This is so boring.
Don't worry, Rollo, I
Winry, you
got this.
do hear, as your ears are burning, hearing, you hear an individual, one of, a half-elf individual talking with a human, woman, that they've been hearing that something had happened with Rudius, and he got himself thrown into the into holding down below, and that they're trying to figure out if whether or not he was the cause of the attack from last night. And you hear as the elven woman says, "I wouldn't imagine he would ever do such a thing. I mean, given, he does have to do pretty much all the paperwork around here. People make mistakes. He probably didn't see one of the barrels could have possibly been, rigged to charge. Had a rigged charge. And I'll be also honest, there are more than enough shady individuals within this fort to make me believe that it could have been a setup." And you see as they both kind of laugh at the idea that there's a betrayer among them.
Well, it's good to hear that they don't really think he did anything. Wenry murmurs to herself as she's probably high up on another shelf, putting away more papers.
Yeah.
She's getting a workout going up and down ladders.
As you are currently scurrying about amongst all the paperwork, you guys managed to cut your workload quite a bit after much back and forth and getting a hang of it. As we move to Holly. Holly, you and Alexis are spending a great deal of time digging graves and also putting bodies into boxes to be sent home.
Gotcha.
As you begin to give prey and rites to those who passed here, there is a gentle breath that comes through that things have always been like this for you. As you see as Alexis kind of just nudges you a bit. Never thought I'd be packing away bodies to be sent back to Aurario, but here I am.
And why wouldn't you think that? All we've done on our lives is pack and bury and pray over bodies.
I was hoping for at least some semblance of peace after the first assault, but the second assault seemed much more violent.
It's a shame, isn't it? To see the balance so tipped in one direction.
I don't imagine it would be for the first time. This world's history is rife with war and people killing each other for small gains and hope for a greater victory.
Even if it's not the first time, it still sucks.
Oh yes, no, definitely. But it all ends up somewhere. You know, souls go straight to the Raven Queen, and we earn her blessing, I suppose.
Yeah. When she says that, Holly kind of like shifts a little and puts her hand on the mask for a second before continuing to move.
She would notice that as she looks at you. Is something wrong?
I had a weird-ass dream last night.
Given who you are, that doesn't seem like it's a far-fetched possibility.
What does that mean? Everyone is always saying, given who you are, like, I'm not just another scamp that was brought up at the temple.
I mean, I know I was, and I know Mark is, but, you know, you're the daughter of the High Priestess, and you're also the daughter of a well-known Crowfather. Your legacy is
exhausting?
Partially, yes. But there's probably more responsibility than you might fully recognize. You might have to interact with that.
Oh, yeah, I know. I just don't know how to parse it. It's easy to say from the sidelines, there's a lot of responsibility could be done, you're gonna have to interact. But it's different when you're in it, when you're actually in it. And she's like making hand motions. I don't know. Nobody knows what to do with this. You and I are given lessons all our lives, and she's like packing things in a box like really fast.
Yeah, like
having
putting
like a nervous
body
reaction
into the box, yeah. And then pulling over the lid and just hammer.
She's doing
somebody
it so
off on
like
the side, just
fast and rough and instinctual. And she's like, all our lives we get these lessons, and we are taught these prayers, and we do these things over and over and over again. And every single day, I have to talk to some old lady who lost her husband and make her feel better, and then know that one day maybe I'm gonna have to pack one of my friends or maybe something like that in this box, and then I had to bury mom and all that. And I've never gotten a chance to sit with it. Sorry.
No, it's weird to see you like this.
Holly emoted.
She looks at the dead body in the box and she just goes, sorry.
Like
It's
the
good,
body
man.
cares.
The body just throws up a thumbs up and it goes back down.
It's like I
It's
with
alright.
that one.
It sounds like you have a lot of your own problems.
I don't.
Don't tell it to me, I'm dead.
Right?
I'm surprised that you're actually more self-aware than usual, if that makes sense. I'm not saying that you're questioning duty, I am saying that you're questioning the meaning. And it's something that we're all prone to do. If it makes you feel better, all of this does have purpose. And fortunately, we also need to process that purpose as well. You just pulled one of your best friends from the brink of death. And you did it in a way that is entirely unique to you. But I would recommend actually sitting down and reflecting on what this all means for you before you decide to move forward. Because if you don't, eventually it's all gonna, I suppose, blow up in your own face.
Every step I've ever taken has had a next step behind it. Like, everything that we do is so procedural that I never stopped to wonder why the procedure was in place or why I was made the way I was. And I'm so used to having you and Mark, and it's not that, I don't know. I have my new friends, and they're wonderful. But they're all also wrapped up in their own thing, and somehow each of us is wrapped into each other's thing, and it's complicated and big. And I'm used to being simple and a little, maybe bloodthirsty, and this is more complicated than I'm accustomed to.
Then focus on you. Focus on you first before you start focusing on everyone else.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question?
By all means.
She pulls up the mask and shows it to her. Have you ever seen this before?
Looks like the mask of Our Ladyship. Why?
I thought so too, but I just was hoping maybe it was different.
She goes over and she kind of extends a hand out.
Gives it to her. I got it from my dream.
As you can tell, she does have certain magical abilities given her own abilities.
Mm-hmm.
It's strange, but it does have power to it. I'm not exactly sure what kind of power, but I would say either it's a gift of your ancestor or Our Ladyship, or perhaps at some point in the future, when it seems right, you should put it on. You never know what happens next.
Oh. Puts it back in her belt. I don't know about all that. Picks up another body.
Yeah. It just... Alrighty. And along that, Myrad. as you find yourself currently standing behind a counter full of many cooking utensils and the fresh smells of late afternoon cookings and meats and baked goods and an unbelievable amount of decent vegetables, but not salads.
Of course not. You can have cabbage, but you cannot have salads. Fuck that shit.
And you see as the long line that is made circles around out the door and then along that pathway from earlier. As everyone's kind of looking forward to the food that you seemingly have quickly become popular over in the morning.
You open your fucking mouth.
As every dish comes with a big chunk of roasted beef and a couple of sweet rolls, as well as a nice helping of creamed corn, a perfectly spiced and lovely set of Brussels sprouts, and what is referred to as jus from the meat drippings.
Oh man, you're making me want another dinner, dude.
My element.
Just like standing there is like, yes! As many of the line cooks kind of are taken aback in awe, make me a perception check.
You got it. And I do have my my Whispers of the Dead feature attached to my perception, so it does have a +2 instead of. So I got a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. As you begin to listen and hear some of the several individuals standing in line waiting for their portion, one individual as such, a gnomish, very old gnomish individual discussing with a rather lanky-looking half-elven man, as you hear the back and forth of there being something out to the north end of the fort, as anybody that got close was nearly assaulted at, and they have sent a small league of guards to deal with it, but they haven't heard back from anyone all morning. Another passing is this weird conversation between a human man and a rather bulky, orcish, half-orcish individual, slightly bluish skin, as they're kind of talking. It's just like, I just feel really bad because, I was the one that put the barrel there, and I didn't know what was exactly inside it. I just assumed. It's like, hey, buddy, just don't talk about it. You know? It doesn't seem like they're blaming you, and I'm not exactly sure about Lieutenant Thatch, but what it might be worth, it might be a passing case of we just didn't know what was ultimately inside them, and you probably thought they were just potatoes. I did think that they were potatoes. Exactly. As you see as he, pats his chest a bit before they come over and get their plates and move on from the conversation. As the day turns and goes by and reaches closer towards the late afternoon, thanks to the help of the entirety of the crew, and you begin to notice that there is a bit of a chatter of this this group of individuals who have suddenly become extremely helpful around the fort very recently, and there's some sailors who have begun to discuss among themselves before they set back out to the barricade, or the blockade. As you all reach the afternoon and you find yourselves back towards the cafeteria, you see as some of the line cooks is like, "Thank you, Mr. Myrad, thank you so much. It was... You managed to not just only feed the entirety of the fort, but also you managed to actually make them want to eat something for once."
I mean, you just add a few spices here, you just season it there, you know.
You see that there's an entire line of cooks who are all taking notes.
The rest of us are like, this is so amusing.
He gives them pointers and tips and stuff like that, and just like, well, don't throw away the bones. You can actually use, like, and marinate those and use it to season the vegetables to get them to eat their greens, because sometimes it's hard to get these guys to eat their greens. I should know, like, it's just no fucking salads.
We're all standing there
salads.
behind him.
As, all of you are coming up together at the cafeteria after your shifts, and you can see that a lot of bright faces who recognize all of you are seeing a certain level of popularity amongst those within the Alanonian military. After a bit of time passes, a lot of you get called up to the general's office, where you begin to ascend the stairs and make it way past the now fixed door, thanks to Winry.
Khan's keeping an eye out where the sun is, though, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
A touch of mending and prestidigitation really helped out.
As a lot of you enter the room, as you see as she's looking at all of you, you also notice that Rudius is standing next to her, and you see that there is a bit of a look on his face as he looks towards the floor. Good, I'm glad all of you are here, and also, I would like to thank you all again for your assistance around the fort. I would say that all of you have managed to do more than just assist me, but also boost morale. So.
The dog agrees.
Yeah. Woo.
Banjo agrees.
However, there is some bad news. Mr. Thatch? As he steps over... It seems like you guys were right.
How so?
Charmed in some way.
A unknown modify memory spell had affected a good chunk of what I remembered. However, it wasn't by the hand of a William Muel.
Then who was it?
An individual. As I've described it to the general, somebody with starry-like eyes, but blue. Heavily cloaked. We were speaking for quite a bit of time, and then I began to forget what it was. I do remember his name. Modius.
Sorry. The
Sorry.
player's having flashbacks.
Yeah.
Not Myrad.
Yeah, player flashbacks.
He convinced me that I should overlook some stuff, and I hate that I felt I was inclined to do it, even though I didn't want to. And then modifying my memory.
Modius, you said what's his name, and he's got starry-like eyes. This is now the second Lumerian. The one that attacked Myrad was also, as he says, well, Verloy realized it was a Lumerian.
But that one had red eyes.
Yeah,
So you see as the general leans back in the chair. So if this means that there are at least 2 Lumerians, I believe that this discussion needs to enter Canis's purview.
Oh, the Canis got it.
Just considering that most Lumerians are still atop the Adamantine Bastion, it wouldn't be beyond me that he might know something or two.
Maybe. You also said you wanted us to listen out for things around everywhere, right?
Yes, I was wondering if that might be of any useful information as of recent.
Well, I wouldn't know, but you might. The only information I got off the docks, honestly, was just talking about something under this island. Or fort.
If you need some details, I updated the notes with what we had seen.
Hold on. Oh, thank you. Yeah, they were talking about something hiding in the fortress. And then another said that they believe they know where an infiltration might have happened.
I'll call this soldier in as soon as I possibly can to discuss further of these matters.
Insert Cotton explaining who this person looked like.
Yeah. Anyone else?
Well,
Oh.
while
Would you like to go first?
Yes, thank you very much. While we were doing that honestly monstrous amount of paperwork, Rudy, I don't know how you do it.
Efficiently.
Apparently. So we just overheard some people talking about you, Rudy. That they heard what happened, that you were in holding. But don't worry, there's a lot of people that have confidence that you weren't the one that did this.
It seems like the reinforced notion of giving him the position of lieutenant was not misgiven. You see as Rudy kind of smiles a bit.
Cotton just gives a little thumbs up.
Which is all the more reason why I believe, Mr. Thatch, that you need to reinforce your skills and abilities. You need to train more often. You need more hands-on experience with those who would dare to try and hurt you, or even use you. You see as his head shakes a bit. Thank you, General. Anything else?
Well, I heard two individuals, few individuals actually, speaking to one another. One is rumored that there has been a little search party that went up to the North Fort and have not returned yet. So that's around the rumor mill at the moment. And then the other one, which is this poor half-orc gentleman, he was one of the individuals who were transferring one of the barrels that did end up exploding. He believed that they were just food stores, so he might be a little bit more sheepish to come forward and admit that he placed it, handled the goods as well. So he didn't know that what was in them. He just thought it was potatoes. But yes.
I'll have Lieutenant Thatch reach out to this soldier and we'll have a short discussion in order to reinforce his morale. It would be best to make sure that nobody ever feels that they are to blame for what had happened last night. Thank you.
Of course. Also, I didn't hear any complaints about the food, so I think Myrad beat you on that assumption.
I hope not.
I will say, General, if you didn't have the lunch, oh my goodness, you were missing out.
I actually did. It was very delicious.
Mira does like a little half bow.
And looking towards Holly. And you?
Well, we're doing the burial rites and putting away the bodies. I was a bit distracted.
It mustn't be very easy having to do such a job.
You did go through a lot yesterday.
I will say, though, I deeply appreciate for what you've done. Having two individuals who have given proper death rites, especially in a place like this, is a very rare thing. And hopefully sending back the proper bodies to their families will at least give them some form of comfort.
I think so. I think it's nice to be able to actually perform the rituals instead of having to move on the fly and actually get to put the bodies to rest. So consider it my pleasure.
All things aside, all of you have done a great service, and I cannot thank you all enough. And as such, Lieutenant Thatch, as he goes and ruffles through the bag a bit and produces what looks like to be this short scroll, and he hands it over to Winry. They should be able to get you past the blockade for now. I would say if you need to get through the blockade again on the way back for any return trips, you're probably going to have to stop by the fort in either which way. But unfortunately, I don't think General Maven Poe will be staying around for too long, as she's going to be needed closer towards the Cayenne border.
Well, at the very least, I suppose if we ask for you, that'll help get us in the right direction.
Actually, I've been thinking about transferring him closer towards Vale.
Oh.
And hearing that there have been a few individuals that are in need of a well-talented individual, such as the lieutenant. And if he manages to complete this job, he might be looking at another promotion soon.
Me?
You hear that? Soon enough you'll be captain.
And you can see that his face kind of brightens a bit at the thought of that. And you see as the general looks at him again, but you need to complete your combat training first. And you see reality sets back in. Yeah.
Step by
you can't
step,
be
buddy.
slacking on that.
Well then. Before I have all of you go, I would like to ask a very important question. Who do we refer to you all as for this amazing service that you have provided this fort?
Out of character, that is a very good question.
That is a
and
very
I
good
don't know
question.
how to answer that.
The question is, do we actually refer to ourselves as the Astral Corsairs?
No, because
Or
pirates
do we
are
want to pick up
bad.
something else?
Yeah. You do not mention your pirates to a military.
Yeah.
We can still keep Astral in our name, maybe, but...
Astral Trading Company?
Ooh,
LLC.
No, that's not too bad. The Astral Trading Company.
It's an LLC. We're working on it.
Is that what you want to go with?
Sure.
all rights reserved.
I mean, like, we do have a very Starry Night-looking
Copyright.
ship,
Trademark
Yeah.
registered. Yeah.
so we're easy to spot.
We're still workshopping the name. We just kind of went with what made sense.
I mean, like, we have a very starry ship, so Astral, Trading Company.
Alright. Well then, thank you all. Astral Trading Company. LLC.
What is Rudy looking at us like when we say that?
Trademark.
As you can see, he is very much trying to keep his mouth shut.
All of us look at him like, don't you fucking say anything.
Yeah, you can see he's kind of just like...
Funny.
Well then. Thank you all again. And hopefully our paths cross at another point where it might be more beneficial for all of you than it would be for me. That's where I put it.
What? You found the pen?
Yeah, I found it. It was behind the iPad.
It was
Cotton's
behind something.
Cotton's just still eyeballing the sun, like, okay. Like, she's, like, keeping an eye on time, like, I gotta get back to the ship. I gotta get back to the ship in the back of her head.
Yes.
Yep.
Well,
Would it
I suppose then we should do that.
Would it be
she's
a
not
bad idea to ask if we could get some extra chains or something for our ship?
It would sound weird.
I'm
sure the ship has it.
Not if we wanted to ensure our parcels and our boxes all stayed in place, because who knows, it's been rough on the seas, and hey, we maybe lost a couple things off board. Maybe it'd be a good idea to ask for a couple of them. I don't know.
Yeah.
Keep the boxes steady, because we don't want the goods to get tossed overboard or damaged in transit. Oh,
Yep.
that's just lost profits.
Yep.
As the lot of you make a request for battening down the goods, you see as you all begin to leave after giving your dual goodbyes and making your way back to the port sides. As all of you begin to go up to the ship, you see as Rudy closely behind, catching up.
Oh, jeez. You okay there, Rudy?
Yeah, before you go. Looking towards you, Winry.
Everyone else brow raise.
You okay there? Just take your time catching your breath. I know it was probably a long jog.
Yeah. If you don't mind me asking,
Yes?
You know what? Never mind.
No.
Here, you want to
Yeah,
meet
you have
her?
to tell us.
Let's go on ahead, guys. It's fine.
Yeah, we'll
Mira's,
leave you
sets
alone. Use your words, Rudy.
Go on ahead, guys. I'll catch up.
Okay.
We're all giving him thumbs up like you got this.
Like, yeah, Mira's totally to Rudy like thumbs up.
I'm going to check out what's happening on the crow's nest for no reason.
He's leaving a little spirit.
As all of you slowly make your way onto the ship, and it's just Winry and Rudy just standing on the dock.
Gonna roll a stealth check for Mobius.
Okay, roll a stealth check for Mobius.
Ooh! Weasel Mobius.
Yeah.
Ah, 24.
24.
Oh.
Pretty high for...
Is he gonna start whispering lines for Rudy?
just see in the corner. Wah.
It's just Mobius selling him lines from the fucking crow's nest.
So, where are you heading next?
Well, of course we're headed to the pass, and then we're going to I can never pronounce the name. The Xi'an Sea.
Xi'an Sea.
Xi'an Sea. Thank you very much. So we're just looking for a few folks out there, and we're probably gonna sell off some of these goods, and we'll see what happens next. the life of a trader is constantly moving, so...
Of course. I just, if I become captain, and I see you again, I'm gonna ask you something really important, and I just want you to know that it would mean a lot to me if you would hear me out then.
Of course. I'd hear you out anytime, Rudy. We care about you.
Okay. Thanks. And I promise to become strong enough to become a captain.
Shoot for captain. But once you get there, don't forget to keep shooting higher. I know you can do it, Rudy.
Yeah.
You had every instinct to survive on that island for as long as you did. And then we picked you up. Next we hear about you after we dropped you off. You're a lieutenant.
Well, I wouldn't have become a lieutenant if it not for all of you, and suppose it was the right kind of morale boost that I needed.
Well, good. Well then, when I next hear from you, when we next meet up, when you're captain, I will be more than ready to hear out what you have to say.
Alright. You see that there is now a face of focus more than usual, as you saw what was a panicked individual from before last night to a little bit more of a stern adult before you. And you see as he holds out a hand. Till next time.
Wenry will, she'll not only take the hand, she'll firmly grasp it just in, like, that firm handshake, jeez. How the hell do I describe it? It's like that meme of the two muscular arms just grasping each other.
Yeah.
But she's giving him a firm, confident handshake.
Alright.
I'll see you soon.
See you soon.
The moment she turns around, we all scramble.
Yeah.
He does a Alanonian salute, and he returns back to the fort with a much firm and skip to the step.
Wenry will look after him, hands on her hip, just like, Captain. He would leave himself at just captain. That man could be a general if he wanted.
Oh,
well.
you dense little one.
And so she turns around and she starts to proceed towards the ship.
As
everyone
you
doing their
pass-
most inconspicuous pose of like, we didn't listen to anything.
Just, like, staring at the
Act
railing.
natural.
This is some nice wood.
Myrad just leaning, just like against something, just like do 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 do.
And as you make your way up to the top of the deck, you do also notice a Weasley little Mobius
Come on,
kind of
past
just
ya.
run past between your legs, almost as if he was somewhere
Left behind.
else.
Oh, geez, did we leave you behind? Wenry just thinking about when she last saw Mobius as a weasel, just like, oh gosh, did we forget about him?
Ah, he was just
She
catching up.
has no idea. He rolled real high on that stealth. She would have no idea.
The rest of us, so, what happened?
What do you want to talk
Yeah.
about?
I'm up at the crow's nest still.
Eloy, you can come down. Your job up there is you don't have to do that just yet.
Jump, I'll
Right.
catch you.
As you're all left
Here I go.
to head out back onto the sea. But before the venture begins, another story plays out. Far to the south of Allenstone, a battle will brew, and a red moon will rise. We'll find out what happens to this side of the story next time.
Sorry.
That.
And Myrad goes into a coma.
Yeah.
And Cotton locks herself in a dungeon on the ship.
Myrad worked himself too hard. Cotton has to put herself away, and Wenry will make sure that those locks are nice and tight. Don't worry.
Maybe Myrad temporarily possesses the ship. And it's just like, oh, hey.
I'm captain now.
Look at me. I heard the captain now.
You and what attunements you have left.
I've got one more. I've got one more.
Oh, yeah? Well, I have 2 attunements left, and this is my ship.
Oh.
If he's unconscious, does that mean the ship's just gonna be floating?
It's
I'm
all
sorry.
right.
From what shenanigans we come up with.
Let's
It'd be
spread
fun
it
if you
to
A
turned
the
into a
question for
ghost.
next week, guys.
Oh,
All right, so that being said, let's go ahead and jump on to personal announcements tonight, and then we're going to go ahead and wrap on up. To those of you who are interested, I have been streaming. I have been streaming again every week now. I got my brand new streaming schedules put up over onto all my social media. Excuse me. If you guys are interested, checking out, I'm back over onto Twitch again because every time I want out, they bring me back in. I'm not sure what will be happening this week, but if you want to catch up on our schedule or on my schedule, then by all means, you can check out what it is over onto Twitter or my Blue Sky. And yeah, also, again, I will be releasing Firearms, the Erzheimel Firearms magazine, relatively soon. I just have to finish the subclasses.
You got this, buddy. You got this.
All 4 subclasses. And it will be playtest material, so once we have it released and it is welcome for everyone to use and play with, I would love some relatively great input for it, so that way I can balance it a little bit better, as I'm sure I'm kind of overshooting on some stuff on purpose, just to see. That said, I don't really have any major video announcements for the RGN channel just about yet, mainly because I'm reaching the end of this year and a lot of the stuff I want to plan is being written, and anything that is going to be released will be released for the brand new month, or for the brand new year, when things start coalescing and coming back together. So, that being said, I think that's all I got, so go across the table like we usually do. Blue, hi now.
Hi, it's Blue Kazanate. I am playing your very complicated Chimera, who isn't doing so great, but she'll get there. She's chugging along. I really don't have much else going on except for a bunch of things that I'm doing for you and finishing that big-ass commission that keeps staring me down. As far as I know, I don't know if I'm doing anything else for D6, but we'll have to see. Other than that, I try to stream, but I don't have the ability to keep a schedule, so if you do want to see me streaming, you could follow my Twitch channel, and you could also follow my Twitter, and if you want, you could join my Discord channel, which is also linked on my Twitter, all in the little card pages. I don't use the link tree anymore. So other than that, I'm gonna toss it over to Ray!
Hello, I am Ray. I'm playing Myrad, the captain that happens to just keep on making it through things, despite just being slightly confused about magic. But yeah, you can catch me on Blue Sky or Twitter. I I'm not sure if I can get back into streaming due to my very busy schedule working on a lot of NDA stuff, but winter commissions and stuff like that should have officially started by this point. I might have some stuff still left in queue if you want to check that out. Just hit all the bells and whistles to keep an eye on that on either social medias, Calligraphy Inc. or it's Key Inc. Art. If you follow that one, you can easily find the business one. But other than that, yeah, I will give it to you.
Hi, I'm B, playing Holly, the very confused young woman. And as per usual, I don't do anything but this, so you should go check out the D6 Patreon. That would be fun. Do that.
Yeah.
Over to Connor.
There's all sorts of cool stuff there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right. Next up is Connor.
Hello, it's me, Connor. Nobody calls me Distortion Devil, but that you can find me on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube.com/Distortion Devil. Also Tumblr and Blue Sky at Distortion Devil. I stream Tuesdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Also Thursdays now, I'm playing through God of War 2018 with my buddy Therapod Art.
Nice.
Yeah.
I also released the Fulgurmancer's Guide not long ago, or the Fulgurmancer's Spellbook on DM's Guild not long ago. Be sure to pick that up. I made a reference to it earlier in the episode. So there is a spell called Defibrillate, which does exactly what Winry was trying to do.
Clear!
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when this source book for Urzi-Heimel finally comes together, we'll see what happens.
Wahoo. Also, in terms of voice acting, you can hear me as Adrian Bakunin in Ghost Runner 2.
Hey,
Nice.
very nice.
Nice.
Yeah, that happens during the break there.
Yeah.
Well, cool.
Yeah. All right. And last, but definitely not least, Kendra.
Hey there, everybody. My name is Kendra. You know me as Transient Day. I am playing Wenry, your dragon-touched halfling sorceress. I don't do too much, except for I mostly just maintain the TikTok. So, hey, if you're on there and you're chitter-chattering with D6's channel, that would be me! So, hey, feel free to engage at the TikTok as much as you want. I'll answer any questions you guys have if you post them on the videos, or hell, even I believe DMs are open. So hey, you can message us there. Yeah. So as Aaron gets the shorts ready, then I'll be posting them up on TikTok. But I believe we'll be taking a little bit of a break until I'm able to get those. So until then, we're just gonna have to wait until we have this episode shorts.
Yeah. I will, I'll try and get them out and done as quickly as possible.
Okay, quality over quantity. I'm sure everybody's okay with waiting a little bit.
I am not bothered by it at all. Alright, that being said, nothing else pressing?
Nope, just the Blood Moon Rising.
Alright.
There's a blood moon on the rise.
That being said, thank you all so much for joining us and hanging out with us. Thank you for spending your time, and we hope to see you all again relatively soon. We love you. Stay safe out there, and as always, see you next Sunday. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good
Bye-bye.
night.
Bye 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 bye.